This is it. If the fire starts from here, I have to stop it now.
I'm telling you, there are elements within the protest who are actively threatening the school.
We need a credible threat. Online posts don't count. If something happens, we'll respond to it then.
When it's too late, I know your response times. You're basically telling us to fend for ourselves.
Hey, isn't that what Caledon always wanted? Your students can put all of their defund the police theories into practice. Good luck.
Noelle and I have had our differences, but she's probably my best bet for stopping this fire.
Yeah, we'll skip right over how that's not what defund the police means and continue on with the game.
Noelle doesn't like me, but maybe she'll listen to me if I can figure out who will start the fire.
The idea that somebody would aggressively misrepresent what it means in this context is very true to life, but we'll just go ahead.
I want to stop this threat as much as you. You know we're on the same team, right?
I know you have lied to me since the moment I met you. You being here now only increases my suspicions.
I should do the rounds, see what I can find out.
It seems a little weird that somebody would be coming up and saying, hey, I want to help keep this secure, and that she'd be like, no, I don't trust you. And yet, if the goal of the person was to distract Noelle and campus security so that they were looking in the wrong direction by pretending to be helpful, I can understand her suspicion.
Amanda is definitely focused on more important things than mopping up right now. Amanda's benefit for Lakeport was just 2 nights ago. She must be wrecked by all of this. I have to admire what Amanda has tried to do with her bar. Too bad it all led to this.
What kind of bar are you running here anyway?
It's hardly my bar anymore. Belongs to the angry Throng. Bring together Lakeport and Caledon, she said. Create a space for coexistence and learning. Ugh. You can see how that turned out.
Honestly, I think it turned out pretty well. This protest would have happened with or without you. At least you gave them an alternative to screaming at each other and flame posting.
Thanks. I actually feel minutely better now. Anything I can help with?
Oh gosh, where to start?
What's your plan? Are you going to campus?
As much as I love watching dudes walk and chant slogans, I will remain here, serving up cold glasses of everyone calm the fuck down.
What if some violence breaks out?
Hopefully the police will be on top of it. Although, I very much doubt it. They like to leave Caledon to its own fate. So, I guess if the shit really goes sideways, I'll lock the doors and try to stop the idiots from burning my bar down.
That sounds like a lot of wishful thinking, honestly. I'm a little bit surprised that Amanda does not now allude to the heretofore, never before mentioned shotgun that she keeps under the bar. I just feel like Amanda's the sort of person who delivers a cool and calm and very approachable external exterior, and you would absolutely never want to actually mess with.
Who do you think wants the protest to turn violent?
I hate to say it, but Joey has gone straight off the deep end. It's sad. I don't want to say he's capable of violence, but I don't know anymore.
What about Lucas? Or Ren?
I don't know. Lucas seems like all talk and no action, and Ren's my guy. He helps me mop up around here, and we talk music. He's a sweet kid. He just needs to keep better company.
That actually means a lot to me, to having somebody who will, like, advocate for Ren. I've talked about it in a lot of different playthroughs. I feel like teenagers, high school, college, they're young enough that they can be idiots and grow into better people. So if Amanda sees that in Ren, I'm going to soften my approach towards him.
So, Max has this, I don't know, feeling about what will happen today.
Oh?
She says there will be this fire on campus. I know it sounds kind of hard to believe.
I
but
believe it.
You do?
I'm not super into the new wavy stuff, but whether it's a third eye or a sixth sense or whatever else you want to say, Max has it. I take anything that girl has to say seriously. That is when I'm lucky enough to see her ass these days. Thanks for the tip.
You got it. Stay safe today.
You too, Chloe.
Before we step away, I just wanted to note that I mentioned earlier, I was talking aloud and I said, are Max and Amanda still together at this point? I just want to acknowledge that I meant emotionally. Like, is Max's heart still with Amanda? Because it felt like it had been, and I was sort of weighing everything that's happened over the last few days and the time that she spent with Chloe and how much they mean to each other. I understand that they are not romantically together at this time, that there was a breakup since Double Exposure.
These protesters do make it look fun, aside from the whole burning down the school thing.
What is striking to me is that the breakup happened because Amanda's memories were sort of like blended up and reshuffled in her head so that she no longer knew that Max had powers, but that was also a good thing for their relationship, which made Max feel really guilty. I could almost have a lot more exploration of that, but at the moment it's enough to say that that's what happened.
No more secret meetings or private message boards. The protest is fully out in the open.
Oh, also, we can see more on here. The corrupt campus administration, illegal student displacement, and the demolition of the Abraxcast house.
He doesn't look like a guy ready to set fire to the campus. But maybe that's intentional.
Hey, Professor.
Chloe, glad you made it. The group is gathering out back.
And what are you doing?
Committing this moment to my memoir now, so it doesn't get lost in the torrent of what's to come.
Right. Like, when you're trying to text someone from inside a mosh pit, it always comes out like, don't forget the beer.
Sure.
Also, I fully support Lucas writing down what he knew and when he knew it, especially since he is so plainly going to oversell his involvement in this. Whatever it is, he's going to up it by about 130%. So there just could not be something more incriminating than Lucas's own thoughts on whatever's about to happen.
Hey, when you were at Caledon, did you hear anything about someone dying at an Abraxcast party?
Not per se, but there were many rumors. I recall Vin Lang being something of a lore keeper. Why do you ask?
Let's just say I received a message from beyond the grave that I'm looking into.
Well, good luck with that. But after this protest starts, you may find it hard to look into much of anything.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about with Lucas. He's gonna put a bunch of stuff like that down with his own pen and his own handwriting, and he's gonna look like the most... And I just want to again say, I don't think that Lucas has any actual intent for anybody to get hurt. I just think that it's gonna go that way, and he will appear incredibly guilty of it.
There's concern about violence breaking out. Maybe someone trying to set a fire.
I wouldn't be concerned. Joey has the group under close watch.
what if someone goes rogue? Someone he doesn't expect?
It's possible, but ultimately, it's Caledon's responsibility to police its own security. Our job is simply to get our message out.
Bye, Professor.
So long.
I can talk to more people, or check back with Noelle when I'm ready.
Let's see if there's anybody left to talk to.
Looks like Joey and the group are gathered out there.
I guess my question is, am I allowed to go out there? It feels like talking to Noelle is what's going to kick things forward. So if I can talk to the people out there, I'd like to.
Not cool, man. What did Grilled Cheese ever do to you?
Especially if anybody in that group sees Chloe talking to Noelle, then she'll never be able to get any information out of them again. They will realize that she's not with them. Oh, sorry, I'm not close enough to talk. We will inspect Notebook in just a second.
Wonder what made Ren sit out from the rest of the group.
Hey, Ren.
Oh, hey. What's up?
Why aren't you with the group? Don't you want to stick it to Caledon anymore?
Mostly wanted to hang out with my friends. It's not fun anymore.
Ren seems pretty alienated from the group. Maybe because he knows something? Or is he planning something himself? Looks like Ren's been dabbling in the uncommissioned public arts. Interesting.
Graffiti, how dare you? Oh wait, we can pressure, but let's get some more information.
Ren is a fellow doodler, huh? Isn't "I'm going to set a fire today" doodle too much to ask for?
Stand with Lakeport, no Caledon expansion, hands off Fremont. Okay, I'm asking nicely for Deck 9 to please hire someone who can't draw for crap so that there can be at least be one character in all of Life is Strange that can't draw incredibly well. And there's going to be actual artists that look at that motorcycle and say, oh man, the perspective is off or something. No, I'm just saying that looks really, really, really good. There has to be somebody in the world that draws the way that I would.
If something has to burn today, I vote for this painting.
Oh.
Maybe someone lost a can of gasoline and matches. If only we were that lucky.
I like the fact that she has different dialogue now for the Lost and Found. All right, let's try to pressure her now with everything that we know.
All right, here's the deal. One of the protesters is planning to unleash some fiery ultraviolence on Caledon. Is it you?
What? No. I told you, I'm done with all that.
Ren, trust me. I can pin anything that happens on you and make your life hell. You better talk.
What do you mean?
Up.
I'll tell Noelle that you had information that could have helped her. She'll ban you from the bar for life.
Didn't Noelle ban you from the bar? I don't think she'll believe you.
Well, you never know.
Look, I get why you'd suspect me. Quiet loner, must be up to something. But I pulled away from those guys because I don't want to part in any violence. Some of these other people, though, seems like it's personal for them. And really dark.
Lucas?
The way he talks about everyone there, it's like he wants them to suffer. That's what got me to back off. I don't want any part of that shit.
Okay. Thanks for the intel.
I can talk to more people, or check back with Noelle when I'm ready.
I didn't realize that was a one and done failure. I felt like Notebook wasn't going to do it because there's nothing incriminating in the Notebook. And so then I was between Noelle and Amanda, and I obviously should have gone with Amanda. I was just thinking, like, I'm going to tell Amanda. Tell her what? Like, does Amanda... To what degree does Ren even understand that Amanda cares about this?
I guess people are steering clear of this place today, with the protest looming.
Logically, it would make a lot of sense that she would care a lot about it, since she knows a lot of people from Caledon and so forth, but it just... I wasn't sure where that threat was going.
All right, this is for Lakeport. So glad all you guys turned out. We're gonna make a huge difference here, all right? Let's get ready to go.
Yeah, all right.
You ready to rock and roll?
Most of us. Some got cold feet at the last minute.
Fuck those pussies. Today is about action.
Damn right. I wish Ren in there had the same attitude. That's what happens before a battle, though. People show you who they really are. Glad you're one of the good ones.
I'd like to give you a good one between the ass cheeks, with my boot. I think I'm ready to talk to Noelle again. I can talk to more people, or check back with Noelle when I'm ready.
All right, on our way over to Noelle, we have some messages to read through. Let's... Oh, hold on. Max and Moses are texting back and forth. Let me just check out drugstore makeup. We'll start from the top down. Okay, nobody wants to work with Zombie Quartet. They're such posers. Chloe writes, I got an email from that podcast guy. Are you ready for the interview? Izzy says yes. Chloe says, just remember, deep dive into queer rage and righteous anger. Izzy says, I remembered and don't fuss. Chloe writes, this is a big deal. Just so you know, just keep your heads on straight. Heads on straight. Izzy says, why are you up so late or early? Chloe's trying to unfuck my entire existence with physics, you? Izzy says, same, I guess, but with alcohol. Chloe writes, Izzy, podcast. Izzy's nervous. Bash is saying, just seeing this, Chloe, don't stress. You know I'm great live. Chloe writes back, Izzy, I expect you to grab the mic away from Bash at the slightest provocation. Bash calls her a bitch. Izzy says, B, that was the plan all along, and you know it. All right, from Max and Moses, let's scroll up a little bit. Okay, there was the, what was it, the pencil story? Red marker story. Chloe writes, I can see you laughing about it again. Protesters are all milling around the deck with Joey. Noelle is here, but Lakeport PD are being raging dickholes. They won't lift a finger unless we have a credible threat. Moses says that's not surprising. I saw on social media that some of the members were supporting the protests. And I get that because Caledon is encroaching in on the town. People are upset. That would include at least some of the police. Chloe's saying no obvious threats that I can see, but I'm going to talk some more to my main leads. Max urges her to be careful. Moses says keep us posted. And Chloe says thanks, Mom and Dad, will do. Then in a private chat between Chloe and Moses, Max loved her Super Max gift, by the way. Moses is glad to hear it. Doubly glad that you thought of it. Max said she was undercover at a party right now. Chloe wrote back, she was sneaking me in. Now I'm looking for a secret room in the basement, which may or may not be connected to the fire, but this is clearly from last night. Moses says, oh, wow, you two really do have a nose for weirdness. And Chloe says it's a gift and a curse. Tell you more when we're out of here. And then finally... Oh, wait, I don't know how they actually got Chloe's real number, but somebody wrote to her, Cardinal Sin, this is Crullers Forever. Oh, is Crullers Forever Joey? Joey Crullers. Joey from Crullers. That's what it is. Which is where... Should have read the next line down. That happens to me. Chloe writes, you mean Joey. Unknown number says better we don't use actual names in case of surveillance. Chloe says, K sup, not Joey. Unknown number says we're beginning to march with the launch point. Signs, torches, bullhorns, and other supplies are on hand, but feel free to bring your own. If you meet any resistance on the way into the bar, let me know. I'll send support. Chloe says, word, anyone in your group looking to get extra spicy with the torches or firecrackers today, that's who I want to be with. Joey says, plenty of spiciness to go around. See you soon. So, again, playing it real fast and loose with the whether or not he's aware that anybody's going to get loud about it. Oh, sorry, I did want to look at the journal as well. Some people are creatures of society, others are creatures of comfort. Me, I'm a creature of dive bars. Ever since I snuck into that old mill to see Firewalk, I felt at home among the great unsober masses. This snapping turtle is far from a dive, but every bar has its colorful elements. My job is to infiltrate and learn everything I can to help Max stop this fire. There's Joey, bartender, protest leader, and self-righteous loudmouth. He's convinced I'm one of the good ones, so hopefully I'll get a jump on all of his plans. Then there's Ren, your typical quiet kid who hides behind his beer. I don't have much patience for smirking townies who need liquid courage to make a dumb crack. Finally, there's Lucas, the condescending intellectual drunk. I seem to have won his trust with my witty repartee. Huzzah for me. I did enough digging to learn that there will be a protest tomorrow. Is that where the fire comes from? If so, is there any way I can stop it? All the hard sleuthing paid off with a canoe ride with Max. I know it's only been a day, but it feels like we've been back together for much longer. We talked about our lives, the past, us. While I'm still terrified of the visions that brought me here, I'm grateful that we are finally back together again. I remember when I first started journaling after Dad died, my therapist told me I should think of it like writing a first draft of history, which was about when I decided to stop paying attention to my therapist. Who gives a shit about writing history for the future, a time when, by definition, me and everyone I've ever known will be long dead? Unfortunately, if Max and I don't stop this fire, we may both be history, and then future generations may actually be studying this journal, if only to learn how we managed to fuck it all up so badly. Well, historians of the future, I have a message for you. Max and I kissed, and it was awesome. Yeah, sure, we could all be burnt toast in a few hours, not to mention I'm rapidly losing my grasp on reality, but in that moment, none of that mattered. I'm sure that isn't what the future historians care about, but that's exactly why I don't give a shit about what they think. Because to me, that's what today will always be about, whatever happens next. Now it's time to head back to Caledon's favorite hive of scum and villainy and craft beers. I have one last shot to figure out who in the protest might want to start a fire and burn down the school. If Max and I get it right, maybe we can stop the future history before it starts. Alright, we've talked to everybody. Let's have a chat with Noelle.
Noelle doesn't like me, but maybe she'll listen to me if I can figure out who will start the fire.
I know who is planning on turning violent today.
You do?
I don't think it's Ren. There's nothing in his notebook, and he's carrying around spray paint cans. And although those could be an accelerant, we didn't see a lot of spray paint cans around in the future zone with Max. And I'm going to act as though Max gave Chloe a full rundown on everything that she saw. I never felt like it was Lucas. The fact that Ren specifically suspects Lucas means something, that he wants them all to suffer. I don't see that level of malevolence in Lucas. He honestly seems like a big, loudmouth blowhard who just talks without thought to the consequence. I think he acts a lot without thought to the consequence. And then there's Joey, about whom we almost know the least. He's really, really angry about Caledon, and the thing with Joey is Lucas is currently a high school teacher. It's less glamorous work than when he was a well-respected professor and everybody thought that he was a famous writer, but he does have something going on for him. He has something to go back to. Joey lost his bar in the storm, and he's very concerned that if Caledon's expansion goes through, that he can never get his bar back. There's been a delay in the relief funds and the insurance funds, so he's been pulling up extra shifts at the Snapping Turtle. If anyone would be motivated towards committing violence, I do think it would be Joey. I don't think that there's a lot of limits. I don't think that his intent is to get a lot of people dead, but I don't think that he has the same limiters on his morality. It's hard to know for sure, but if it's got to be between these two, I'm drawing on some previous knowledge to say, I think that Lucas sucks real hard, and I just don't think that he's motivated towards violence. Also, I'm not sure that he can motivate others towards violence. I just don't find him to be that credible, that charismatic, that much of like a leader. I think that Joey is. I think that he's a community member that other people will be easily rallied by, or at least more easily than Lucas. Oh no. I am not sure, but this is the best I've got.
It's Joey. He's an extremist pretending to be an activist. He's out for blood.
Okay. I will alert the security team and keep a close eye on him. Thanks.
Not sure if there's anything else I can do. Hopefully Max finds something.
It's a quiet Sunday morning. For now. Vin.
Shh. They're really going at it in there.
They told me you were a snake in the grass. I should have listened.
Stop being so dramatic. You knew what kind of risk you were taking. You go and muck up the whole thing, and suddenly it's my fault?
Vincit omnia veritas. Truth conquers all, you'll see.
Now you're boring me in 2 languages. I'm leaving.
Don't bother. This office will be yours soon enough.
Well, that was worth the price of admission.
I did not know it.
Sophie. I didn't realize.
Of course you didn't, Dingus. That's what makes it fun.
What are you doing here? And no more games. Please. Wait. Yasmin?
Okay, hold on. I need to learn how to turn things over.
Oh my god. Yasmin was in Abraxcast. She was there on the night when that kid died.
What do you know about him?
He was a Lakeport local who snuck into the party, then got way too high and killed himself. There was a cover-up. I had no idea your mom was involved.
I'm impressed. Of course, when it comes to cover-ups, you should always assume that my mom is involved. That's how I got tipped off to all of this. Seeing how she was talking to you, how confident she was that she had Owen wrapped around her finger. I knew she was up to something. The Abraxas house, the demolition, the cover-up. She was right there behind him, letting him be the face of it all. She steered his ass straight from poster boy to fall guy. That fire you saw? Guaranteed she was behind it too.
Am I so sorry?
I know this must be so hard for you. I'm so sorry you have to deal with more of her lies.
You think I'd be used to it by now, wouldn't you?
Let's confront her with the evidence. We can hold her accountable for the cover-up and whatever else she's planning.
Not interested. I have a better offer. Let's leave. Right now, let's pack up the car and get the fuck out of here. We can be in New York by sundown. From there, who knows? Yes, you can bring the girl too. We can link back up with her band. Reconnect with Diamond, hit the mountains, head west. We can find your town.
Sophie.
We could head straight there and get you some of that sweet, sweet closure you've always wanted.
Sophie, I don't know where you're coming from. You ignore me for months. Then you're on campus hiding from me. And now you want us to run off together? Look, there will be a fire today. People will die. I have to stay and do something.
I know shit between us has gotten weird, but it's still me. You're my best friend. And if you still care about me at all, you need to trust me. this is why I'm here. I thought it was because I needed your help, but I was wrong. We need each other. You, me, Chloe. Maybe even Moses. Who knows? Your power called us together from afar, like some kind of beacon or
a lighthouse?
Exactly. Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
I do. It's so we could start over together, be free of this fucking place, the way it was always meant to be.
No, Safi, I'm sorry. I do care about you. But right now, I have a job to do. There are people who could die today if I don't help them. Don't you understand? That should be enough for you.
I should be enough for you. Please, I'll be good. I won't shapeshift. I won't lie. Just, please. I don't want to be alone.
Safi.
Fine. Enjoy playing the hero. Just don't act surprised when you make everything worse again.
Who is it? Maxine. Hello. Are you here for Owen? He's just stepped out.
No. I'm here for you, actually.
I see. I was just indulging in a bit of nostalgia. Intoxicating, but deadly in high doses. Please.
Let's see what Yasmin has been hiding.
I want to go through the text messages. Let's give them a moment to come up. I just want to share that my personal read on Safi is that she's terrified. That's what I saw there. Safi can come across as manic. Safi can come across as impulsive. Safi can come across as uncaring and selfish. That's one of the things that Max's response there was. I think that what we're seeing right now is fear, and maybe we can talk about it a little bit more. I think that Safi is very worried about coming unstuck. I think that we know that she's having a lot of the same visions that Chloe is. I believe that Safi is worried that remaining here and that having Max remain here is going to put her existence at greater peril. And I think that she's pleading with Max to come away with her because she believes that Max might be the magnet that holds her together, and maybe by extension, Chloe and others, and she just wants to get out of here. And there comes a time in a lot of narrative games where you're like, I just want the character to say this. And what I really wanted Max to say there was, Safi, I can come away with you. The day after tomorrow, I cannot walk away and allow these people to be hurt. You do what you have to do. I would love to meet up with you after this. If you need to go, go. Let me know how to get in touch with you, but I need 24 hours to set this stuff right. Let's take a quick look. Let's take a quick look at the messages here. Chloe had just written back, thanks, Mom and Dad will do, in terms of keeping them posted. Chloe says, I told Noelle I think Joey's going to start the fire. What's going on with you? Max wrote back, it looks like Yasmin is way more involved than I thought. I don't know if she's connected to the fire, but she must be involved in covering up that body. I just want to say that a lot of people have been in Abraxas. However, the information that Yasmin has been in Abraxas matches perfectly with the information that we got that Miles... Oh boy, now the president teller was Owen. There we go. Owen was getting pressure from members of the board to get the Abraxas house situation sorted. Now we have a name, and it's the one that we thought it was going to be. Since it's the only name that we know on the board, it's Yasmin. Chloe knew it. Moses said you did. Chloe says, no, not really. I just wanted to be right. Moses says, Max, are you okay? Do you need help? Max says, I'm okay. Hopefully I can get her to open up. We'll update later. And then here's Safi Where? Okay, I think so. Pressing matters to explore the administration variety, something with your mom. You'll see it soon enough, darling. Don't go stressing your pretty help. Then there's the bad southern accent. And so here we go. Max writes to Safi, I'm sorry, Safi, I care about you so much, but right now I need to focus on saving the school. I know you have questions about what I can do, but I have to try, and I will get the truth from your mom. I'm glad that she wrote it in text. Like legitimately, that's what... Safi either needs to be cool with Max wanting to save people's lives from suffering this agonizing, painful death, or she needs to not be cool with that and make it clear, because I don't know how we're going to be friends with somebody who doesn't consider this a priority. I understand, and as I just said, I think Safi is going through a real existential crisis, like an actual, I may not exist in 15 minutes crisis. Maybe I never have existed. This is the person that can do it. That must be absolutely horrifying. And also, Max needs to do this. Max cannot be concerned about Safi's existential crisis when there's a lot of lives that are just absolutely on the line. Okay, we have... Yes, we read all through this. Oh my god, my head. Last night is a blur, and some of it probably didn't happen exactly as I remember it. Thankfully, everyone was probably too high to remember Max Caulfield, quasi-famous photographer, talking to herself in a mirror in the middle of the Abraxcast house. I thought maybe Chloe was in danger in the basement, something about a sledgehammer, and I ran down to her in a panic. She was fine, but I wasn't. I really spilled my guts to her, and it wasn't even the drugs talking. I saw her die, again, in a fire that I can't figure out how to stop. I brought her back to life, but for how long? It's so easy to look at Chloe's life and decide that she's better off without me, but Chloe doesn't see it that way. I know that she believes in me, but I think I really needed to hear how much she believes in us. It felt like everything was going to be okay until... Wait, the skeleton in the basement, that was real, wasn't it? Fuck. I always thought Owen was desperate to get rid of the building because it stood in the way of his plans for the school, but does he know about the body? Does Reggie? Does the person who wrote that graffiti on the side of the Abraxcast house? I hadn't put that together until just now. Oh no, I hadn't put it together until just now. Ren had the spray paint. You'll all burn. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, deep breaths. And the fun part is, Max doesn't know about the... It's not like now she can put it together because Chloe's the one that saw the spray paint. And wait, how did we even get out of there? Chloe must have called Moses. I should see what they've been up to since their heads are probably screwed on better than mine. At least I sure hope so. We're running out of time. No, I think I pointed at the wrong person. I'd been waiting for the perfect moment to finally kiss Chloe. Turns out any moment that you get to kiss Chloe is the perfect moment. How silly of me. I wanted to dance down the endless observatory steps, or better yet, run back up them and kiss her again. But she's not safe yet. For a few more hours, I have to focus on the fire. After this, Chloe and I will figure out how to stop her weird visions, talk about what the future holds, we'll untangle everything starting tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time the fire started. I thought there was a chance that it was just the Abraxcast party bonfire, which spread the night before and grew out of control to the next day. But that would be too simple. Whatever happened last time, we need to assume it's still going to happen, unless we can stop it. There's still so much we don't know, but Chloe wants to see if any of the protesters are plotting something violent, and I want to figure out what Owen is up to once and for all. Either he'll be in the admin building and I can see what he knows about the body, or I get to break into the president's office again. I just didn't see Ren coming. Hopefully I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But just like I couldn't envision Lucas taking it to the next step and actively wanting to harm people at Caledon, even with as much as he lost, I thought that Ren was a toady. I thought that he was just... And he's there saying, I would never be violent. I would never want to do that. Like, I took him at his word. And then we had Amanda to vouch for him. Now I'm very worried that there's a straight line on that graffiti. Listen, lots of people can have spray paint cans. It just... Boy, do I not feel good about it.
I bet even the world's greatest scientists would be stumped by the physics of time travel. Am I the ball that sets the others into motion? Or am I one of the ones being crashed into?
These are super fun, by the way. And that's, as with so many things in the game, just a very neat 3D model of that, like, infinite looping catapult. I'm sure it has a name that I don't happen to know.
Yasmin is the ultimate chess master. I wonder if I'll be able to get her to open up to me.
Okay, nope, just a rook.
Owen really ramped up his security after Sophie and I broke in here.
The element that, as we go to sit down, the element that I'm still not certain of is, how is it, why did Yasmin not appear to care anything about Abraxas when she was actually president? Like, what has changed for her on this topic?
Talking to Yasmin is hard enough as it is. Getting her to tell me the truth about Abraxas and Owen has my hands shaking. Yasmin was a member of Abraxas when that horrible death happened. Is she behind all of this? I wonder if Owen was expecting to celebrate with Yasmin this weekend. His Caledon 2.0 plans must have felt so close.
I'm just going to note, Max is not going to have anything to drink at this meeting. I think that we've learned that lesson.
Yasmin isn't a monster. But what is her motivation?
Yasmin, I mean, she's not like a cartoon monster, but she's, I feel like a pretty well-drawn example of someone who doesn't consider herself to be a bad person and is absolutely willing to do bad things over and over and over again out of convenience.
So, this is a rare treat. What would you like to discuss?
Oh, do we just get to it? I don't know. Do we actually just open on the body? Owen just left.
I saw Owen running out of here. He seemed very upset.
I'm sorry you saw that. As you know, Owen and I don't see eye to eye. Unfortunately, this has become very personal between us. But to call me a snake after all that I've done for him? Well, I always try to keep my cool, no matter how upset I am.
Haven't you been keeping your cool?
Haven't you been a snake?
Oh.
Lying and backstabbing everyone?
I see your sense of reality is just as twisted as his. How sad.
I want to see what else we can get out of her, and then we're going to roll things back.
This conversation is over, Maxine.
Oh. I kind of want to know what else we can get, although it's interesting that the body is not included here at all. Instead of this time, haven't you been, we're going to go with why.
Why did he call you that?
He's invested everything in this Caledon 2.0 plan. But in the end, it's just administrative politics.
I just saw Sophie. She told me some disturbing things about you.
Yes. She still refuses to see me. Though we did speak on the phone. I want to rebuild my relationship with Safia, but she called me a monster. A monster! Her own mother!
Why did she call you that?
The accusations don't even bear repeating. I'm sorry, Maxine. I don't have anything more to say.
Okay. I was accidentally muted there a little bit more than I intended to, but we've gotten some information out of her, and I didn't want to go directly to the underlined one because I was worried that it might advance the scene beyond what we could rewind. Now we hopefully have a couple... Oh, I guess we're to not a monster. Although I do want to hear the other side of the Safi conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go with aren't you?
Haven't you done monstrous things?
I see she has infected your thinking as well. That is terrible.
Okay, not a monster.
I know about the body in the Abraxcast house. And I know you've been trying to cover it up. But I also know that you're not a monster. I might not agree with all of your decisions, but I would like to understand.
Understand, she says? How could I make you understand something that remains a mystery to me?
I know it was an accident, and you were just a kid.
And somehow, even then, I was the only adult in the room. Everyone else was on drugs, barely functioning. I was barely in Abraxcast then. Not even a senior member. But someone had to act so that all of our lives weren't ruined forever. I wish I were never there. I sometimes think that night was a poison that has infected the rest of my life.
And that's why you were willing to risk Loretta's life to cover it up?
You are drawing a line between two dots and calling it a constellation, Maxine. Owen was the one who called for demolishing the house for his own project. Whatever theory you're pushing about my involvement is pure fiction. I want no part in it. We are done.
Too pushy, Max. I'll need to be a bit more subtle if I want her to open up.
Also, she didn't know that Loretta was there. I mean, it's a fact that Loretta would have been killed if not for Max's, but it's not that she was just like, oh, who cares about Loretta dying if it's convenient for me? Like, let's be careful about what we pin on her. Reckless disregard for the well-being of others, sure. Depraved indifference, where she knew that somebody might get hurt and was just like, no, I think that she would have had every expectation that it would have been a safe demolition.
I know.
Okay, so cover-up is being too pushy. Let's ask about the Hall of Secrets. Although Sledgehammer is probably I want to ask about the Sledgehammer because probably who was the guy that was dispatched to knock out the wall with the sledgehammer?
I was there last night, at the Maybon party. Did you send someone with a sledgehammer to destroy the evidence?
What? That's crazy. I have no idea what you're talking about.
The person had an original blueprint of the Abraxcast house basement. How would someone get that?
You'd need access to the university's archives. Only a high-level administrator... I feel you are pulling me out into deep waters just to watch me drown. I'm sorry, Maxine. I cannot help you.
Yasmin feels guilty about what happened. If she feels she can trust me with that guilt, I can get the whole story from her.
Also, it was very heavily implied that it was Safi who sent Vin to get the blueprint, and that Safi was masquerading as Yasmin at that time. I just also want to say, I really like Yasmin's way with language. You're drawing a line between two dots and calling it a constellation. You're pulling me out into deep water just to watch me drown. These might be expressions. I've never heard them before, and I'm really enjoying her way with speech.
So, this is a rare treat. What would you like to discuss?
I know about the body in the Abraxcast house. And I know you've been trying to cover it up. I might not agree with all of your decisions, but I would like to understand. I know it was an accident.
Okay, it didn't have the skip before, so I thought that there might be something new in there. Drowning in Gale. I want to ask about the Hall of Secrets. This is the one that we haven't heard of before.
Why did you hide the body in the basement? And why keep all the evidence?
The evidence was supposed to protect us from each other. I remember the term mutually assured destruction used. Over the years, the evidence took on a kind of mythology within Abraxas, even as its meaning became lost. A succession of students came and went, nobody guessing at the secret. Foolishly, I too began to feel as though the demon in the basement had lost its power. Over me, over Caledon. How wrong I was.
Did Owen know about the evidence? Or anyone else?
I never told anyone, and Owen never saw beyond his own flimsy scheme. I suppose those close to me may have picked up on my peculiar wariness regarding Abraxas, but I don't know.
And that's why you were willing to risk Loretta's life to cover it up? Loretta came within seconds of dying in that basement. I know because I was there too. I know you have been drowning in guilt since then. That you feel suffocated. But I'm worried that the threat isn't over. I need you to tell me everything you know.
That poor child's death decades ago? It was the crisis that taught me who I am. I am the one everyone turns to when there's a problem that must be solved. There have been more crises since. Some have propelled my career to new heights, and others have destroyed me. Owen Teller was another kind of crisis. A dull, ambitious man with all purpose and no sense. When he let me in on his plan to destroy the Abraxcast house, I knew I must act. With one move, I could ruin Owen, rebuild my reputation from the Maya disaster, and finally put the threat in the basement away for good.
We know that she made him do it. Didn't you care? I'm curious about this one.
You were willing to cause so much damage just to cover your tracks?
No. It was his idea. He had the whole scheme worked out. He only needed me to take his hand and tell him it would all be okay. Then, I learned about Loretta. What I had nearly done. How my actions years ago lit the fuse that almost killed her. In an instant, I saw what I had become. Sloppy. Reckless. Not someone to be trusted in a crisis. I thanked God I had been given this lesson without any more suffering. But perhaps it wasn't a higher power I should have been thanking. I called Owen and told him I was out, and I am. I await the upcoming inspection to turn up the horrible evidence of my crime, and I will face up to it.
The body is gone now. I have the evidence, but it doesn't implicate you at all.
That is surprising. I suppose I should feel relieved, but I do not.
Right now, what I care about is stopping another catastrophe. Which will happen, unless you tell me the whole truth about the body.
I understand that you do not trust me. But if this crisis is truly coming, then you must go and look for it elsewhere. Before it is too late. After my reputation is destroyed, at least one of my decisions will be viewed positively. Hiring you. Good luck, Max.
I won't find more here. Time to leave.
So... Sorry, it's all going to take just a quick second to put together. Miles wants to expand the... Owen! Who's Miles, by the way? Owen wants to expand the campus. He wants to knock down Abraxcast house. Yasmin realizes that if Abraxcast house is knocked down, then there's an extremely high chance that at some point as part of the demolition, the bones will be discovered, eventually traced back to a young kid that went missing, and to her time at Abraxcast. She, I guess, confides in Owen the fact that this is true, and then his whole scheme was to blow up the house. Somebody sent a person there wearing a Abraxcast mask and a sledgehammer. Yasmin swears that that's absolutely not her. Now the body is gone in an announcement that appears to catch her off guard. Maybe she is she is an accomplished liar. Maybe she is lying about that, but it seems more likely that the person that extracted the body would have been Owen. That Owen was double-crossing Yasmin to further secure his control of Caledon before she could ruin him and put the body, out of people's reach for all time. It's complicated because there's a couple different people trying to go against each other, and they did also at least lampshade the fact that she wasn't talking about this in the first game because it was feeling very remote and there was a lot of mythology around it and it never come up. I still kind of feel like I would have taken some opportunity to get my ass in there and move the body, but then again, that would have enhanced its risk of getting discovered during or after the move, and it hadn't come up for X number of decades, so she was probably feeling pretty good about it.
Whether Yasmin told me the full truth or not, she definitely wasn't the one in the basement with the sledgehammer last night. Time is running out. I need to decide now. Who took the remains from the basement last night? Who will start a fire by trying to destroy them?
I don't think it's Vin. I don't think it's Reggie. First of all, Reggie was just blitzed out of his mind. He almost got attacked by the person with the sledgehammer. He was on the blood wine. He's a very nervous and it's just not Reggie. It's just not. Vin, what does Vin have riding on this? He was the former president of Abraxcast. If he had known about it, more than Yasmin, he would have had a lot of opportunity to dispose of this evidence earlier if he had wanted to. He could always claim ignorance that he never knew anything about a bricked up wall. Would that derail any future professional plans that he had? Maybe even probably, but it just doesn't con as Vin. He just doesn't have enough to lose to give a crap about any of this. It feels to me like he could have just distance himself from Caledon altogether before getting involved with this. So it's not Reggie and it's not Vin. That leaves us Owen or Safi. If we didn't have a scene where Safi was saying, just come away with me, just come away with me, I would think that the most likely thing is Safi. I do think the most likely thing is Safi, but her like, come away with me, let's just get out of here. It really felt like she wanted to be done with it, and now I'm remeasuring what I'd said not very long ago about her being afraid of her, you know, her own existence, that she just wants to get out of here. Suddenly a new motive has entered in. Let's just get out of here, Max. Like, the body... The problem with that is that if Safi had a hand... So Safi takes on the form of Yasmin. Safi tells Vin to go get the blueprint so that she'll know where to look. Then, in the guise of somebody, be it Owen or Yasmin or Reggie, has somebody go down there with a sledgehammer with the intent of knocking out the wall, finding the box, and getting it out. That is what happened. Now that box of evidence is missing. If Safi has it, why would she want to leave unless it's been left someplace where she knows it's going to be found, it's going to bring down her mother, bring down Owen, whatever else, and she just wants to leave before that. And I guess it just feels like an awful lot of a lot of effort to be going to, so that then you just leave before you see any of the payoff. There's that old trope about returning to the scene of the crime. Safi is returning to the scene of the justice. She has a very, very powerful moral compass, at least about certain things. She thinks nothing about lying to or manipulating people, but it's always in service to, I don't know about always, but it's more often than not in service of exposing a greater crime. That's what she did with the Maya situation, as we're calling it these days, and now this. Would she really want to leave if she had orchestrated all of this? Owen has motive and opportunity to have done all of this. We don't actually know that it was Yasmin or pretend Yasmin that dispatched someone to the archives to get the blueprint. That was a piece that Max put together on her own, where she said, oh, I saw Safi being her mother. It could have been that. We have a relatively high certitude that Vin was the one that pulled it, but on whose orders did he do it? Oh gosh, I am really 50-50 between this. Owen has everything to gain from this. Safi, oh god, I wish I could parse better like that. She's so disillusioned with her mother. She even shot her mother and didn't care about it afterwards. Would she go to all... She would absolutely go to all of this effort to expose this crime. I think that she would do that. Would she do all of that and then say to Max, let's just go today, right now, let's just get out of here? I think that she would want to stick around and admire her handiwork. I think that she'd want to see the justice system wrought upon the people that did this. I don't think that she'd want to leave. Owen, on the other hand, Owen steals the body, gets it out of Abraxcast house, at a minimum, now has a very powerful blackmail tool that he can hold over the head of the Board of Regents, Yasmin Fayyad, in perpetuity. He has the authority to have gotten the bones out of things. The only thing that we don't know is, did he know enough to have executed this? And I think the answer is yes. I'm pointing the finger at Owen. I've talked myself into it. I was really thinking about Safi, but for reasons already discussed, it's Owen. This cannot be changed. I feel very uncomfortable about this, but this is the best I've got.
Owen acted defeated with Yasmin, but I don't think he's giving up yet. He'd do anything to protect his plans for Caledon. Hi. I think I know who will start the fire today. I just hope I'm not too late.
Max has a suspect. I have a suspect. It'll be enough to stop the fire. It has to be.
boy.
Paradox stuff?
Paradox stuff. I can't stand this. When will we know if it worked?
How will we determine a fire didn't start today? Wait until midnight?
Ugh. I talked to Max. She thinks Owen is going to start the fire.
And you still think it's gonna be the bartender?
Wait, Owen's gonna start the fire. I thought that we were having a conversation about... Owen's gonna start the fire. I'm very concerned that I did not... that I wasn't thinking down the line correctly. I still don't think Safi would start the fire, though. Either seems possible. I think Max has a point. I do. Either seems possible. Actually, sorry, not to belabor this, but actually, I think I was very keyed in on the bones and where all of those went and like who was the mastermind behind all of this. It is actually more likely that Miles would start the fire if he felt like his grip on the university was being seized away from him. I think Max has a point, or I do. Do I think it's the bartender was the question? I don't know, you guys, I don't know. I think Max has a point.
Max has good instincts. I think she's onto something.
You know, maybe I've been too fatalistic. Maybe it's not a question of how inevitable the fire is, but how to mitigate the damage using what we know. If someone had a telescope and the right vantage point, they could probably spot a fire as soon as it broke out.
Oh, yeah?
Since they know the fire might be coming, said someone's could take measures to protect themselves?
Oh, it's someone's now, is it? Where could we get the best view of campus?
The observatory. I'm not saying it's the safest plan, but we know the risks and can take precautions. Hypothetically, we'd be in no more danger than if we stayed here.
You want to tempt fate that much? That's so incredibly hardcore. Max will be so pissed if we put ourselves in danger. But if she winds up in danger, we might be close enough to help.
I don't imagine you'd let me go by myself.
Not a fucking chance. Let's go.
Silenced. Shake the Ivory Tower. Let your voices be heard. We will not be silenced.
Max, it's like a zombie movie. Do we run, or do we start shambling around and hope we blend in?
Reggie, I need you to be honest with me right now. What did Owen do with the bones that were in the Hall of Secrets?
What are you talking about? A real human bone? Oh, God, is that what this has all been about? A literal fucking skeleton?
Didn't Owen know?
No! He thought the big secret was some blackmail on the administration, like Loretta's podcast said. Oh, Jesus. I slept in a house with a dead guy.
Owen's been running around all morning making sure the windows are boarded for the protest. I don't think Abraxcast is on his mind at all.
Shit. That means I'm back to square one. You'd better get out of here, Reggie. It's not safe. No!
Run! Stop!
She'll be fine. She's got fucking superpowers. Of course she'll be fine. But what if she's not? What if there's, I don't know, a stampede?
I sent out a mass email this morning with a copy of the school's fire escape plans. If something goes wrong, hopefully people remember where to go.
Moses, that's amazing. You thought of everything.
I'm sure I didn't, but every little bit helps.
You see anything?
Maybe a blade of grass, not sure. It's the wrong eyepiece. When I get stressed out, I can become a little scatterbrained, but I really thought I brought that other eyepiece up here, though.
Hey, my brain is always scattered. I'll search around.
Thanks.
Where would an absent-minded Moses have left a telescope lens?
So this is going great, by the way. Oh, God. Let's read our messages from Joyce. Apparently she's gotten back to us. We haven't recently communicated. Joyce writes, "What's going on, Chloe? I haven't heard from you in a while. You still on the road?" Chloe says, "Sorry, things are crazy. I'm with Max." Joyce says, "Max, really? How is she?" Chloe says it's complicated. Joyce says it always was with you two. Chloe says, "Not like that. And like I said, things are crazy right now. I'll be okay. We'll talk soon." Oh, don't promise things that you can't follow through on, Chloe. "Sure thing, hun. Give my love to Max." And Max is writing... Okay, hold on. Where did this start? Gotta focus on the search. Okay, so this is... Max writes, I'm okay. The protest has started. I thought I knew who was going to start the fire, but now I'm worried I was wrong. Chloe writes back, "We'll figure this out. Stay safe. Whatever happens, just want you to know I wouldn't trade this time with you for anything in the world." Oh, dear. I don't like the feel of this. Anxiety is a funny thing. Often you spend days or weeks freaking out about something only to realize it was really nothing. How many hours did I waste over, what do I say to Max when I see her? Never imagining that I'd be rolling up on her ass in desperate need of a high-speed getaway. On the other hand, here I am on the rooftop of the observatory where I apparently died in the middle of a literal firestorm, and I feel, well, maybe calm isn't quite the right word. Resigned, maybe? Content? Maybe it's just nice to feel in control of myself while everything I can't control finally works itself out. Like my own existence, which is starting to become so slippery it's hard to hold on to. I know I died once, years ago, but I also know I am alive now. I repeat this like a mantra again and again, and lately a voice answers, "Are you sure?" And I don't know. It feels strange to say, but there's nowhere I'd rather be than this rooftop, with Moses here, Max out there, and a real fire to fight, because at least I can believe in that.
Moses is my first choice for post-apocalypse bunker mate. After Max, of course. I can't imagine what my death did to my mom. Is it weird that I feel guilty about something I don't even understand?
In that city, the beast rose and stared into me. It became me. I had always been the beast. But that was later. Now I was trembling, freezing cold on a January morning. I took a step toward the moving truck, glanced back at the people who had gathered on the curb, and instantly understood what it felt like to drown. My parents were looking at each other, and Obasan was looking at the ground. An outsider might see this as obstinance, disapproval at my departure, but I knew they'd been crying and they didn't want me to see. Oh, I think that we got this passage we saw a draft of Lucas's book and how it was directly based on Maya's manuscript with some of the proper names and other cultural references replaced.
Feels like no matter what I do, every choice turns into a tragedy.
Okay, that appears to be the first sketch.
Where would an absent-minded Moses have left a telescope lens?
Now I don't know how many sketches I missed as Chloe.
Bingo.
I see what you mean by scatterbrained.
There's my banana. I was eating it while I was reviewing the fire plans. So maybe the eyepiece is with the plans.
Maybe. And maybe multitasking isn't your friend right now?
Agreed.
Also, bolt cutters. I don't think as soon as Chloe was like, man, you thought of everything. No one has thought of bolt cutters to cut the chains off the doors and let the dying people out.
Moses thinks we took enough precautions. I hope he's right.
If the fire cannot be prevented, then getting them properly evacuated.
Moses tried to show me how to smother a fire with one of these last night, but I almost fell asleep in it. Lots of effort to look at some burning balls of gas. No eyepiece. Some sweet wrenches, though. Anyone who chain smokes on rooftops while staring up at the stars is a kindred spirit of mine.
Do you come up here often?
I used to, but after Safi, I prefer the telescope in my office now.
I thought Max and Moses got along because they were both nerds, but now I think it's because they're both heroes.
Moses sent to all students and staff, hello all, in case you weren't aware, there's a protest scheduled to take place at Caledon University today. Hopefully it will be peaceful, but there's a chance the situation could get out of hand. I'm attaching copies of the emergency escape plans for all the Caledon buildings I could find. Stay safe, everyone. I'm surprised and pleased that he has, like, send all access. Yep, those look like evacuation plans.
Scatterbrained doesn't cover it. Moses is lucky he managed to get dressed this morning. That thing was a bitch to set up. But if things go bad, we've got another escape route.
This little adventure is making me want to get my own telescope. I'll look into it.
Thanks. I don't see a crowd yet. The protest must... Oh my God.
Shit! He just... Oh, no!
Hello? An arsonist has attacked Caledon University.
Ren.
Yes, right in the center of campus. Please hurry, it's... Wait, hold on. There's, another one.
What the hell? What's over that hill?
I think the Abraxcast house exploded? No, I'm not joking.
Max? I'm gonna check something out.
The fire department will be here soon. Stay safe. Tell them to take the frontage road. It's faster.
I was too late. I can't go back far enough. I failed.
Sir, you need to stay back. I saw students run into this building when the protesters arrived. They may be trapped.
Yes, I heard screaming.
I'll check the fab. You check the admin. No students are dying today. Until the fire department arrives, get away from me.
I don't know that we have time to read. Okay, let's look at the door.
I need to find something to...
There's no time. I'm gonna double back. I'll find another way out.
Fire is spreading this way. We need to get you out through here.
It won't budge. I need to find another door.
Ah! Loretta? I know this sounds crazy, but I need you to wait there. I will get you out.
Yeah, that does sound pretty crazy. Holy shit! The roof is caving in. I have to go.
We're partners, remember? I'm your Bernstein. So trust me and don't move.
Fine. Hurry though.
Wait. Doesn't Ben keep keys to all the doors on his desk?
For a second, I thought she said Ben, and I was sitting here, who's Ben? You guys, I am not a bright individual. It's gone so badly.
I think Ben has a key stand on his desk.
Search.
No, the fab key is gone. Trophy case. Maybe I can find something heavy to break down that door.
Okay, we're gonna roll back time because I do not want to listen to her die.
I need to find the heaviest trophy and go smash them.
Max! It's getting closer!
Heaviest trophy? This one? This one.
This one is large, but looks too fragile.
That looks like it's nothing.
No, too small. No, this one looks too light. I think this is Vince. I remember it being... Oh no.
Shit.
Max! It's getting closer!
Biggest ego, heaviest trophy. Hope this works. Loretta, please...
Okay, but now go.
Loretta, don't move!
Okay, Max, you get 10 seconds and I'm making a run for it.
Holy shit, Max! You saved my
Move! It's getting closer!
Okay.
Get out of here!
Suspect spotted en route to the observatory. Smoke rising from the building. Possible arson.
No. Please, no. Chloe, thank God you're okay.
Max?
Let's leave right now.
Ooh, slow down.
Come on, Chloe. It's you and me. Fuck Caledon. Fuck Sophie and Moses. All that matters is us, right? We can get through anything.
Sophie, I've known Max my whole life. If you're gonna trick me, you'll need more than just her face.
What? I threw in a hug and everything. That girl is such a hugger.
What was your plan? You'd steal me away, pretending to be Max until... what?
Does it seem like I'm in a 5-year plan mindset right now? Listen, I'm not stealing you. I'm asking you. Can we get out of here, please? I know you love Max. I love her too. But where has that love ever gotten us? Mind-fucked. chewed up, half dead. Maybe all of this has been about bringing us together. We're two broken halves that have a chance to be whole. Come on, I'm serious. Do you want a new start, or do you want to keep being Max's sidekick and victim?
Fuck you, Safi. Don't ever talk about Max like that.
Guess that's it then.
What do you mean?
Cut the shit. You know we're hanging on by a thread. Maybe the thread's already snapped.
You're not making any sense.
You don't see it? Look. Open your eyes. No! You can run all you want. The rest of your life, maybe. But I doubt it. Because at the end of the day...
Shut up!
We're dead. I spent so long blaming other people. Lucas, my mom, Max. I mean, Max did point a gun at me. Let's be honest, she was never gonna shoot me. Such a tease. It's not her fault. I'll bet that night at the Overlook it wasn't even her finger on the trigger.
Stop! What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Chloe. I really am. It was shit luck for your half-life to be knotted up with mine, but I know what I need to do.
Wait, just hear me out.
Spare me the speech, okay? I already know what will happen if I do this. My mom will mourn me for a minute and move on. My friends already have. My life doesn't make sense anymore. My death is crystal clear.
You think I don't get it? I was dead for a decade. Now I'm jammed back into a life that isn't mine. Sometimes it feels like I'll never be okay again. But there are still some things worth sticking around for. My band, who wouldn't be able to put their pants on without me. My mom's pancakes. And Max, who... just... Max.
Max is my best friend. But I fucked it all up. She'll never trust me again.
She trusted you enough to tell you about the fire, and you trusted her enough to take her seriously. There's still hope for you two. Please, I'm begging you. You don't want to do this.
Just... nothing makes sense anymore. This is the only thing that does. I'm not crazy.
Of course you're not crazy. Moses told me about Maya. I lost someone like that once. It felt like every light went out in every room. Everywhere. Of course you're not crazy. And Maya wasn't crazy when she killed herself either. But that doesn't mean it was the right thing to do.
You've got a lot of fucking...
Tell me I'm wrong. Please. Let's just talk outside of this place. We can go find Max, maybe your mom. I know there's some bad blood there, but sure your mom still loves you.
She doesn't love me. She's just desperate to control me again. I haven't even really seen her since the night that I shot her. Did you know? She badgered Max into telling her the literal second I showed up on campus. That woman corrupts every friendship I've ever had.
She knows you can get better. The trouble is that implies that she's sick, and I think that she might be, and not yet ready to accept that. Max was right to tell her. I don't think she's going to take that well either. Oh God, do we want to go with B? I'm trying to communicate to Safi that people do care about her, that she's not beyond saving, not beyond... It hasn't gone so far that there's not a way back. She can simply choose to walk all of this back, the way that she's been treating people.
If she's so desperate to get in touch, it's because she knows you're better than this.
Oh, she knows. I've heard it my whole life. Safia, you can do better. My fucking mantra, and it's wrong. Chloe, look around. We shouldn't be here. Max had no right to bring me back. We're dead women walking. A bastardization of reality.
Who cares what reality wants? What has reality ever done for us? What about me? Should I go back to being dead? Am I a mistake? No. Screw that. We're alive, and reality can go fuck itself. Safi, listen to me. You are the most stubborn, self-destructive person I've ever met, and that's saying something. But you were right when you said that we are together for a reason. We can save each other. You have to trust me.
You really gotta work on your bedside manner.
Well, nobody else makes house calls in the void, so...
Come on, let's go.
Shit. Moses!
I couldn't stop the fire. And now I'm right back here. Moses was right. Oh my God, Moses. And Chloe. Where are they?
I want to see the messages and read the journal entry, and I just cannot think of a way to do that given the real world circumstances.
No Moses or Chloe. Maybe they're safe.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
What's happening?
There's an arsonist. He's firebombing all the buildings. They finally grabbed him, but not before he did all this. Then, I heard an explosion from the town. Dispatch said someone from the president's office was up by Fremont Street.
Vin. Oh my god.
What the fuck? I'm just a custodian. Why the hell is this on me? I don't know what to do.
And I'm just a photographer, but we can do something. I see a hose. Is there somewhere we can hook it up?
Yeah, there's a connection in the atrium, but we need to open the shutoff valves. There's 3 around the back of the building.
I'll do that part.
Shit, okay. I don't know how long I'll last once I'm inside. Be fast.
Can do that. I'm not too late this time. I still have a chance. I need to open the water valves. But where are they?
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe he could have done this part.
I don't know how many students. There's too much smoke to see. No, that's too long. I'm going in there. Anything you want to tell me?
My friends, Chloe and Moses, they shouldn't be there, but something tells me... Oh, God.
If I see them, I'll save them.
Good luck in there.
Okay, I'm going in.
If telling her that there's a very high possibility that there's at least 2 people in this building is the wrong thing to do, it just seems to me like that's the absolute... Is this around back? He's sort of like pointed in this direction, but this doesn't seem shut-off valve related.
This is where those students were trapped last time. I need to keep looking for the valves.
I really should have asked that dude what color they are. I was expecting like something like physically up against the building. I mean, there could be underwater pipes, underground pipes, like there would be, but just I don't have a good sense of what I'm looking for. It's probably not a cop car. No, can't imagine over there. Shut-off valves, like some sort of a pillar, a control. Oh, sorry, there's no possible way that we can get past those bikes. Ah.
It's broken. I need to find some way to turn it. It's broken.
Oh, the T-valve doesn't... I thought that maybe we could wedge it in there and turn it that way. Well, now at least we have a sense of what I'm looking for. I thought that maybe the pipe would run in here as well. You know, because the pipe sort of looks like it's going right now from left to right, so that would make me think that it would go in this direction. Ah.
Reality is cruel, but it's still reality. It doesn't bend too much.
One down, 2 to go.
Oh, is that Ren? Can we hit him with a T-wrench, please?
You fucking asshole. Are you happy? Innocent people will die because of you.
If people die, it's because Caledon is corrupt and evil, not me.
Okay, we could like fact check that for a while, but I feel like maybe we'll do that later. So now we know that it's not all going to be red pipes. This does, however, no, it really doesn't describe a straight line back over here. This fountain is also made of water, so I was just thinking maybe there could be a valve or something on this. No. I know that this is broken, but now can we interact with it at all? No, it's still broken.
It's broken. I need to find some way to turn it.
Okay, well... Boy, that makes me mad. That dude, the whole thing. I don't like the fact that I didn't catch him. I didn't put together the graffiti. I just wasn't thinking to the graffiti on the side of the building. You will all burn. And it's not going... Well, I mean, let's look. But he was pointing out into the yard. Valve map. Oh, this would have been helpful. Shutoff valve exterior. So there is a line that goes into the fountain, obviously. Exterior shutoff valve. Then there's the parking lot, which I think is where valve is. And then the interior shutoff valve that's inside. Let's then go inside. Because maybe we'll find something to turn the second valve.
As if I couldn't hate Owen's expansion plans anymore.
Sprinkler system disabled for campus-wide structural and surveying work by order of the president's office.
Maybe something on here can help. Looks like the sprinkler system tripped. Hopefully this makes a difference.
I don't think we turned the water back on yet, though. Like, that might help in a minute. We're just not there yet.
This will come in handy for anyone who has to go in the building.
Hurry, the roof is caving in!
I'll save you, Moses. I'll save everyone. Just give me time. One more valve and I'm done.
Hold on, the Old West of Sanity, and I just would be so bad at pronouncing any of that. Okay, just need to find... It's right over here, right? Was I supposed to rewind time so that I could give the mask to the custodian?
And that's 3. The water should be running. I should check the other side of the building and see if anyone else needs my help.
Okay, let's not overthink it, because that would be an awfully long way to rewind. Like, maybe he just didn't see it. He might have gotten... Maybe this is one of 2 masks and he got the other one. God, I'm so curious if you could have avoided the fire altogether by just putting together the pieces better.
I did everything I could. Maybe it's okay. No!
Sophie! Sophie! Here!
Chloe! I'm trying to get to you, but the stairs are collapsing.
Fuck! I can't see shit!
They're down there, by the whiteboards.
Is someone... Someone... Damn it! We were supposed to be saving your ass this time. What the hell were you thinking being in there?
She came inside for me.
And I'm grateful she did. I'm grateful for all of you, actually.
I'm just glad you're here. The real you.
Co-signed. Now how do we get off this roof?
Moses, your ladder!
It's happening, isn't it?
No!
Hey. It's okay.
No, it's not. I can do something. I can reset the ladder. I can put you back before the fire. My selfie. I can go back to the beginning and do it right this time.
The photo's long gone.
I tried everything to stop this, but I failed you. Again. What good am I, or my powers, if I can't save you?
Hey, I chose to be here, by your side. Even now, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. And no matter what happens, I'm so glad we were given this time together.
This isn't fair. You can't have come back to me just to end up here. It's not supposed to end like this.
You'll be there for me, Max. You always are.
No!
Caulfield, don't you forget about me.
Never.
Chloe, please. You're okay.
What'd I tell you? I knew you'd be there. You always are.
The ladder.
Do you still remember when we were younger, before this world of ours ran out of time? Somehow it slips past. You can't trust an hourglass. I was banking on forever, but forever was a lie. It all turned to ash in the night. Pull me out of the dark. Say the word and I will run right back to the start. Ain't it strange how the time turns? This is not the world we knew before. I knew you in another life. Are we just embers in the sky? How the hell did you grow up in a world you've no control of? You just run into the chaos of it all. And you gotta go with the rise and the fall, down to the luck of the draw. Pull me out of the dark. Say the word and I will run right back to the start. Ain't it strange how the time turns? This is not the world we knew before. I knew you in another life. Are we just embers in the sky?
A school is many things. A home, a classroom, a space for dreams. It is a grand collaboration between scholars of the past, present, and future. Like all worthy projects, it is difficult to build, rewarding to maintain, and frighteningly easy to destroy. Never has this been more apparent. Caledon is a name we put to an ideal, one which demands the best of us. I, have fallen terribly short. But we can all choose today, this moment, to begin living up to that ideal, to reject hate, to choose life. Thank you.
I should make the rounds.
I'll be up back. Take your time.
It's been a hard week. I wonder how everyone is feeling. I should keep checking in with people.
And we'll do that. Unlike every moment for the last hour or so, I do feel like maybe we can take a moment to check Max's messages. Just a couple thoughts very quickly. This is the first time, or that was the first time that we've ever seen Max's powers from the perspective of somebody other than Max, and we won't spend too much time on it. That hit me like a truck, like that explosion, even having seen it once before, when everything like blew out when Max was here the first time. When Chloe got thrown off of that roof, like I jumped. Like that was really hard, and that the scene of Max trying so hard to get underneath her, that really worked for me. And I feel like it's really easy to right now do some armchair, like, well, why couldn't you just rewind the ladder up so before it fell and stuff like that? It's fine. Like, I'm willing to accept that having breathed in a lot of smoke and just made a lot of very rapid use of her powers to evacuate Moses, Safi, and Chloe from the burning lab there, the astronomy lab, and getting them up onto the roof in the first place, that she was more than a little overextended. As we've seen, I haven't made a lot of use of the rewind powers, and usually just for a few moments here and there. Even with her testing with Moses, it's been sporadic and spread out, and here she had to do a lot of it all at once. There was even a note earlier that there had been no nosebleeds detected through all of their testing. Here she is bleeding from the nose once again, and so the idea that she might be a little bit expended and yet was able to push herself that hard to get underneath Chloe, that really worked for me. I just wanted to take a moment. Let's move ahead here. This was the last journal entry that we had read. Chloe was wrong. It was Ren. He was the arson. Well, let's be fair, Max. We were both wrong. I just wanted to say that I got very keyed into who stole the bones on the grounds. I was sort of thinking about it as two separate mysteries. So then when it came back around to who of the following people started the fire between like Miles and Safi and so forth, like none of them I thought started the fire. It was who had stolen the bones and was actively engaged in trying to like advance that particular cover-up. It was Ren. He was the arsonist. Well, one of the arsonists. I was wrong. I don't know what happened at the Abraxcast house, but I could hear the blast from campus. Who was up there? Well, from what we heard, Vin. And I gotta say, like, that really catches me by surprise, based on everything that we know. Means, motive, and opportunity. I mean, the motive is the part that I have trouble with. Means an opportunity for sure. But Vin? Vin blowing up an empty house, I can understand, but to cover up bones so that his MBA program doesn't get derailed, I tried everything to stop the fire. I couldn't stop it. I'm so tired. There are sirens coming from the observatory. I remember the first time I saw Caledon. After years of breaking into abandoned houses and rotting factories, it looked impossibly beautiful. The stone buildings, rolling hills dotted with sculptures, I think it healed some small broken piece of my heart. What would it feel like when Chloe and I drive out of town? I know the trees will grow back and the observatory will be rebuilt, but the campus is scarred now, scarred in a way that I couldn't prevent. Chloe has told me it's not your fault every morning since the fire. Sometimes I even believe it. I've used my powers before to try and avert catastrophe. I created a world in which Chloe and Arcadia Bay can coexist, though not without serious consequences for Chloe. And I saved Safi. Well, I half saved her until Chloe got her the rest of the way. So when I saw the fire, I used my powers again and did what I could to help. And I didn't even break the world this time. But what did I really manage to do? I saved some people, but I let others die. I let buildings burn, let students be traumatized, and let the school fall into chaos. Chloe just looked over at me. She didn't tell me it wasn't your fault, but she's thinking it pretty loudly. I know she's right. I just have to make myself listen. So what now? With classes suspended, there's nothing for me to do. Chloe says we should hit the road, that she's been away from her band for too long. I think she also wants to get me away from the campus and the constant reminders of the fire. She might have a point. A life with Chloe. The one life I thought I could never have. Oh boy. hits real hard. Last time I was on the road, the guilt from her death nearly tore me apart. But we have a chance now if I can learn to live without looking back. Deep breaths. The storytelling at some points can be complicated and something that I'm trying to work through in a very methodical way, and sometimes it's just the raw emotion of it, and they nailed that second part with all of this. Let's take a quick look at the text messages. Okay, he's busy saving the world. Whatever happened, I just want you to know I wouldn't trade this time with you for anything in the world, had written Chloe. Max writes the main quad is built. Bernie, are you okay? Chloe says, I know, I'm safe with Moses. Where are you? Max was in the quad. Students might be trapped. I need to save whoever I can. We tried so hard to stop this. Fuck. Chloe says we did everything we could. We still are. Do your best and stay safe. Max says I will. In the group text with Moses, Max was writing, where are you? Moses writes, we're on the rooftop. Why would you go back there? Wrote Max. Moses writes, then Chloe went inside and suddenly the fire broke out. I think the flammable chemicals exploded. The emergency sprinklers aren't working either. Really? I thought we got those on. I don't know. I'm trying to get to her. There's so much smoke. Max writes, find a safe place. Stay there. I'm coming. Maybe I needed to do it in order, like the correct sequence. Gwen! Oh, sorry. I'm glad to have heard from Gwen at least once. Max, I thought of you as soon as I heard this latest Caledon tragedy. Are you okay? Max wrote, it's terrible, but yes, I'm okay. Thank you for thinking of me. Gwen says, what's that dusty cliche people say on these occasions? You're never far from my thoughts. It happens to be true. Max writes, you too? This place hasn't been the same since you left, and now I don't even know. Gwen says, as living proof that there's life beyond Caledon, know that I'm always here if you want to talk. And Max writes, thanks, Gwen. Oh, Mom and Dad. Max, you need to get your parents on the phone again. We just heard the news. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Mom says, Vanessa, if I remember correctly, thank God we were so afraid. Max says, there's a lot that's happened over the last 3 days. When is there not, Max? I don't even know how to talk about most of it, but I'm going to be okay. Dad says, good, we love you, and we're always here to talk. And Yasmin had written, I'm so worried about her, me too. I hope to see you around much more. That he does not overstep his bounds. Yasmin had written, I'm sorry, Maxine, for everything, and she wrote, me too. And really no text to and from Amanda with all of that. Okay. And apparently no security notices after the first one. All right, I did see Moses over there. We'll just start back here in the corner.
Yasmin has been getting some pushback on her return to the presidency. I think Safi's getting a real kick out of it.
Maxine, it was good to see you in the audience.
Your speech was lovely. Do you really think Caledon can rebuild?
I think we must. Necessity is the mother of many things.
What's next? Do you know when the school will reopen?
As soon as we can. I wish I knew more than that. In truth, I wish I knew many things about Caledon's future, and what part, if any, I will play in it.
I know the feeling.
Just know, should you choose to remain, you will always have a home here. Caledon needs you. And while I'm still working to understand my daughter, I suspect that she needs you too.
How does the board feel about having you back in charge?
Delighted. Especially when I told them I would only step in until a suitable replacement could be found. Vin's horrible actions might have protected my reputation, but at such a cost. I have no wish to return to power. Besides, my time would be better spent elsewhere. I have been given a second chance to rebuild a relationship with Safia, and I don't plan to waste it.
Take care, Yasmin. I should keep checking in with people.
So I feel like the implication there is that Vin did it to protect Yasmin. She was a very important person in his life and had a very much sort of a guiding and elevating hand. And he had done things for her in the past, including release that statement that Maya Okada was a very troubled young woman with a history of mental illness. I remember that from the first game. So, like, he's done questionable things before, but I kind of thought that first experience and everything that happened in the first game would have, like, matured him out of that. It's me rethinking, like, I thought Vin was better than that. Like, I really did. I thought that he had such a bright future, and I thought that he felt more assured of his future than to sacrifice his life in service of covering up somebody else's wrongdoing. And I don't mean that in, like, I'm condemning Yasmin for all eternity about that. It didn't feel like it was Vin's problem to clean up, and certainly not worth his life.
Yasmin is back on the throne.
Caledon University faces a long road to recovery after last week's fire, and they will need to face it without President Owen Teller at the helm. Can we pour one out for Owen Teller, who charged into a burning building with the intent of saving the children, the students, the young people inside? I didn't like that dude very much. I disliked him actually in a variety of ways, but it's evidence that you can disagree with somebody sometimes very strongly, and that doesn't make them a bad human being. Dr. Teller was tragically killed during the fire on Caledon's campus. When arsonist Ren Landry attacked the Fine Arts building, he entered the burning structure in an attempt to save the people trapped inside. His body was discovered the next day, along with the bodies of several students. Dr. Yasmin Fayyad, Caledon's previous president, is stepping into the role again. Caledon is facing many challenges, she said in a press conference given earlier today, but this hateful act will not deter us. Buildings can be destroyed, but our commitment to artistic and academic excellence remains untouched. Dr. Fayyad declined to answer questions after the press conference. It's unclear whether Dr. Teller's Caledon 2.0 expansion plans are still in effect. It would be surprising if they were, because whatever funding might have been earmarked for that would now need to be spent on rebuilding the campus, and I'm not being funny here, re-tripling recruitment effects, because now this campus has been severely damaged by 2 separate major disasters in consecutive years. That can't necessarily feel like the place that you'd want to send your kids.
Amanda's love language is open mic nights.
New open mic night to raise money for the victims of the Caledon fire. Amanda Thomas stand-up, Caledon's improv, the Donnie's Band featuring Big Donnie reunion show, and Speak to Amanda 2. Sign up. We'll do the full loop here. I'm glad, obviously, that the snapping turtle is here. I did see... Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. The young woman from the photography class that wanted to go in for her master's degree. I'm not remembering her name right now, which feels especially bad, but she was on the memory wall. We'll probably get to go out there, but, you know, you'll see her right... I think that's her, just to the right of Dr. Miles Teller. I say this very frequently, not great with names. It's not a reflection of my engagement with the story, but I can usually remember a variety of things, and names tend to escape me.
Nothing like seeing all of your failures on one front page.
Arson attack at Caledon, explosion on Fremont Street. Caledon University was the victim of an arson attack yesterday during a protest organized by former Caledon professor Lucas Colmenero. Ren Landry allegedly used an incendiary weapon, allegedly, multiple witnesses, it's fine, to firebomb the school's fine arts building. It's a news article, so they're gonna put allegedly. I get it. It's just, bro did it, and I'm so mad. He eluded Caledon's security team and also attacked the Everett Observatory before being detained and arrested. The Lakepont Lakeport Fire Department arrived within minutes and managed to keep the flames from spreading to other buildings. Tragically, both the observatory and fine arts building had students trapped inside, some of whom were sheltering in fear of the protesters. Lakeport PD will release a list of casualties within the next few days. Just as the flames were raging and the campus was beginning to panic, an explosion also shook Lakeport at 3180 Fremont Street, home to the school's Abraxcast Society. It's unknown if the two events are connected or if Landry had an accomplice. Landry is still being questioned by police. His motives are unconfirmed, but it's worth noting that his father, Michael Landry, went missing in 1994 after telling friends that he was attending a Caledon party. Lucas Colmenero, one of the organizers of the protest, declined to comment for this article. So now we know, I think, who the kid was whose bones were down there. And now, suddenly, people lost their lives because Caledon is corrupt. Makes sense from Ren. I hate that guy and everything that he did. I'm glad that we talked with him and then read this article, because the mystery, I didn't think that we were ever going to get clarity on who was the bones, who was the man who died at, back in the, 1994? Now we know. Sorry?
Amanda was horrified to hear about Ren. Hey, I'm so glad the turtle wasn't damaged in the fire.
Yep. Bar's still standing, I'm still standing. Trying to focus on that for now.
Have you heard anything from the protest crowd?
After I fired Joey and banned the others? Only rumors. Ren's gonna get his day in court. His friends are already disavowing him.
Thank you for helping Chloe last weekend.
My pleasure. It's a very special girl you've got there.
Take care of yourself, Amanda.
Hey. You always know where to find me. And I'll always be happy to be found.
I should keep checking in with people.
Amanda's awesome. And in this particular moment, she's also awesome because it turns out that there is one worse judge of character rather than me. I was right about Ren. Apparently I can take that to, well, everyone else's grave.
I couldn't save the observatory, but I managed to save Moses. I'll take it.
Enjoying your victory lap?
What are you talking about? Fire still happened. There was so much damage and suffering. So much death. So, fire still happened, no matter what we did. Was it inevitable?
It appears so. I guess time really does have a sense of irony.
So I'm trapped. If something terrible happens, I can't undo it.
Not trapped. Free. If something terrible happens, you do the best you can, like the rest of us.
I couldn't have done it without you. You did everything you could to keep people safe. And they'll never know.
I'm happy to share that secret podium. We did what we could with the time we had. I can live with that.
Sorry about the observatory. I know you love that building.
I did. But we'll rebuild, and the stars will still be there when we do.
I think Chloe and I are gonna hit the road for a while we wait for Caledon to figure itself out.
It's too bad that you're leaving just when Safi came back. But I understand. Next time you're in town, we're having a No True Samurai marathon. Chloe said she went to check it out.
This is what I get for introducing you to.
I feel like I'm saying this about all the characters, but I really, really like Moses. It's not quite what he said, but when he's like, you're free, I was realizing how true that is for Max, that when something awful happens, she gets the understanding that it's not all on her, at least in this version of events. We'll talk about it later. That sometimes you do the very, very, very best that you can, and it's not enough, and that she, like everybody, has limitations, that it's not all on her shoulders.
I'm so glad this guy made it out of the observatory. But I wish Noelle had made it out with him.
That's where the mask was supposed to go. That's where the mask was supposed to go. I was thinking about that mask. Who was I supposed to give that to? What was that for? And it was for Noelle when she went in to look for Chloe and Moses.
So you agree that your podcast was essentially a form of stochastic terrorism?
I never said that. And you have no evidence.
The Caledon Truth, episode 21. Somebody needs to show the administration that we're a force to be reckoned with, whatever it takes.
When I said that,
Look who's here. I can talk to them when I'm ready to go.
I'm bummed we didn't get to talk to Loretta. I don't have anything to say. Wait, she's not still around, is she? I don't think so. Pending additional information, I suspect that there's a version of events where Loretta does not make it. So I'm glad that at least that came out okay.
Reggie has been through hell this month. I hope he's okay. Reggie, how are you holding up?
Man, I don't even know anymore.
How is Abraxcast handling everything?
For now, with a lot of emails that say no comment.
I know you and Vin used to be close. How are you feeling?
Furious. I don't even get to shake him and ask him what the fuck he was doing.
I think he was just caught up in the same stuff you were, but with a much worse outcome. See you around, Reggie.
See you, Max.
I can check in with Chloe when I'm ready to go.
Survivor's Guilt can be a very, very powerful force. Of the survivors, any of whom, I'm so sorry, is this? I really feel like this is, I mean, Safi is right over there. It's just, this person looks a lot like the person who Safi was pretending to be. Of the survivors, just based on what we know about Reggie, I would be very concerned about Reggie. Reggie feels a lot of stress about a lot of things all of the time, and sometimes that's just the way that somebody is, but I just would be concerned about his well-being with all of this.
Final episode? Somehow I doubt that Loretta is announcing her retirement.
Welcome back to Abraxcast. If you haven't heard, last week was a grim one for Caledon University. An arsonist firebombed the campus, resulting in multiple casualties. I myself was nearly among them. The sudden spotlight on Caledon means that this podcast has received some attention lately. Critics have accused me of clout chasing, or worse. but I've always doggedly pursued one thing above all: the truth. My school is targeted by a man who believes he has been denied the truth. He claims that Caledon is covering up the disappearance of his father, that the university has stonewalled his family for decades. I don't know if he's right, but I know that everyone is entitled to the truth. And when the powers that be conspire to hide the truth, well, that is where I come in. This will be the final episode of Abraxcast. I will pivot to uncovering the corruption in both Caledon and Lakeport. How did a disgraced English professor reinvent himself as an activist figurehead? Why were the police so slow to respond to the threats against Caledon? I will pursue these questions and many more. To the various news outlets who have reached out to me, please know that I'm reviewing your messages as fast as I can. I may be a burgeoning media empire, but I'm only one person, and midterms are coming. Listeners, if there were ever a time to like, comment, and subscribe, it's now. There is always more to be revealed.
Diamond?
Hey, Max. I know I've been mostly ducking you since I left Caledon, but I heard about the fire. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Are you and Moses doing okay?
It's too early to say. We're starting to work our way back to normal, and it will take time. We tried so hard to stop it, but in the end, it happened anyway. I'll be blaming myself for a long time.
That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. You and Safi are the only two people I know who are like me. But for Safi, I don't think her power makes her feel powerful. I think it makes her feel trapped. What about you, Max? Does your power feel like a gift? Or do you feel trapped too?
So there could be a difference here between how I feel and how she feels. From my perspective, Max saved a lot of people that otherwise wouldn't have been saved. We know that. We know that for a fact, that in the original version, a lot more people died, and that included at least Moses. And it's because of her powers that Chloe would have been here at all, but there's so many more people died. But where is Max with it right now? Did Moses get through to her? I think I'm going to take one step back from it to say, what message would Max want to communicate with Diamond, who does have abilities, and at least as far as I know, we have no information about what they are. Max is probably feeling really low about now, but Max is always very tuned in to the emotions of others. And I think that Max would not want to unduly burden Diamond with the sense that having abilities is always a curse.
No matter how hard the responsibility is, I have the power to help the people I care about. I will always be grateful for that.
That makes sense. Thanks, Max.
Come on, you have to give me more than that. What's going on with you?
I'm almost ready to talk about it. And when I am, you'll be my first call. I promise.
I'll be waiting for it. I should get back to the memorial. Keep in touch, okay?
I'll be around.
There was a separate... We've already looked and listened. There's a separate... Oh, no, now it's just look. Okay.
I could use a break from the mingling.
There had been a sit option there, and I didn't know if that was going to be a contemplation point, but it would have been a call with Diamond. There's an Abraxas puzzle cube down here, or at least it sure looks like it. we saw it in the cutaway, but I guess that's not a hidden item or something for us to interact with. Okay, nothing else over here. I was going to say there's room for more pictures here, and maybe there's at least some people that I saved, but it doesn't really look like it, does it? I feel like this has gone about as badly as it could have. Wait, can we get all of them? Hold on, I don't want to zoom in. I really wanted to have a picture of, like, as much as possible. This?
For those we've left behind. That's the guy I saw in the observatory the first time. His name was Anthony.
A sophomore, a bright, funny young man who loved biking, poetry, and chess. I should not feel this emotional over a background NPC. It's just an example of how potent the storytelling is for me. Let's go on to Noelle.
Noelle was so brave. I wish I'd been able to help her.
Noel Kelly, a member of Caledon's security team, led several students to safety in the observatory before succumbing to smoke inhalation. I just hadn't found the mask then, and even after I had, it simply did not occur to me that it would have been... After I found it, and then Max was like, oh, I should get to the other side of the building, I thought, oh, this will be for somebody over there. It didn't occur to me to go back.
I still don't know what Vin was doing at the Abraxcast house. There's so much I wish I could ask him.
A smart, charismatic young man who loved theater, music, and spending time with friends. Also, it doesn't feel like it's come up, but he was also very close with Safi, if we remember from the first game. I would just expect her to feel some kind of way about this. Oh, there's other things maybe to look at? Okay, this was all the photos, but then at the admin building here.
I was right there. Then I still couldn't stop it. Owen and I never saw eye to eye. But his heart was in the right place when it counted.
Caledon's courageous president, who ran inside the burning fine arts building in an attempt to save students trapped inside. Yeah, for real though. It's just what Max said. Jeanette. Doesn't feel great that I couldn't remember her name there.
I didn't really break down after the fire. Until the day I learned that Jeanette was in the observatory.
Jeanette Carpenter, senior, a smart, kind student who loved art, reading, and playing D&D with her friends.
I know it's just a building, but this was basically Moses' home. I wish I could have saved it. Abraxas fought so hard to protect the house from Owen. And it wasn't even Owen who brought it down.
On our way out of here, we don't know that Vin blew up Abraxas' house, that he went there with the intent to do that. It's just that it feels, based on everything that we've heard so far, that that's where he was when he died, and man, it really feels like there's a major part of this mystery that I just didn't get to, that I didn't follow the right leads and get to it. And on the one hand, that's cool because your actions have consequences, it feels like. And man, I really tried. I really tried.
I never thought these two would meet each other. I'm so glad they get along.
Chloe said it went well.
It did. People are still hanging out inside if you want to.
Nah. Still getting used to original recipe Safi. Not quite ready to reintroduce her to everyone.
Yasmin seems happy to be back in charge.
My mother is good in a crisis, especially the one she created. I wish she had told me what happened when she was in Abraxas. It doesn't excuse anything, but helps me begin to understand her.
Have you been back to that weird lighthouse since last week?
No. I can still feel it, but it's manageable. Like an itch that I'm learning not to scratch. I guess all of us have the seeds of our deaths planted inside of us. But I'm trying not to focus on mine while I still have a life to live.
That was so metal.
What's your next step? Gonna hit the road again?
Since it worked out so well last time? No, I think I'll stick around, get used to wearing my own face again.
It's a face I'm glad to see.
Ready to head out? If you need more time, I could find my townie buddies and start a round of cornhole.
No, I'm ready. Bye, Sophie.
Who told you to eat Thai food served in a bowling alley? Because it sure as shit wasn't me. Look, the only reason we were even allowed back here was because I promised that you would be well-behaved and on time.
No, I don't know what I was thinking either.
20 minutes? I can work with that.
I know I put that letter from Moses somewhere.
Who told you to eat Thai food? Let's go read the messages. It just fills in so much of the conversation prior to that line. It's cool. Okay. Text messages are coming in. Since they're texting back and forth, why don't we jump up to drugstore makeup? Okay. Going up, going up. Okay. Izzy podcast. That was the plan all along. Here we go. Good news, ladies, I called some bars. I can get us into a few more gigs on the drive back to Seattle. And better news, we should arrive in Wyoming just in time to see your show. Bash says, holy shit, you're coming back. Izzy says, holy shit, we. Marisol says, wait, was all of this about a girl? Chloe says, yes and no. I'll see you in a few days. Get ready for the best concert photos of your life. Bash says, okay, Max is the... Oh, this is later. Max is the coolest. Tell her to wear our merch to the next show. It would look good on her. Izzy says, really good on her. Chloe says, easy, Tiger. No, don't park there. That's for employees only. Bash says she knows one of the bartenders. Chloe writes back, we just got here. How the fuck does Bash know someone in bumfuck Montana? Izzy says she's saying, don't slut shame her. Chloe says... tell her I'm impressed. And then later, who ordered these t-shirts? Izzy says, are they at the hotel? And obviously it was Bash. Bash, you're dead to me. Bash says, hey, my art isn't for everyone, but I stand by my design. Chloe writes, it looks like a vagina monster. You spent $2 grand on vagina monsters. Izzy says, we've been talking about how we want to keep our edge, how it's easy to get complacent when you get some mainstream success. We want to stay indie. Chloe says, well, good job creating a shirt so indie that no one in the goddamn world will buy it. Marisol says, you underestimate our fans. Izzy says, I think you underestimate how dark these venues are. And Chloe writes, okay, I'm still mad, but you make a good point. Anything else? I think not. Okay, Moses and Max. So this is what they were texting back and forth. Okay, Moses had written, how was the first show back on tour? I want pictures. Chloe writes back, epic. Max says what she said. I'll dig something up once the ringing in my ears dies down. Just know that it's pretty abstract. I haven't quite perfected the art of the mosh pit selfie yet. Moses says space. The majestic tapestry debuted last night. Chloe wanted to know how it went. Moses says, I think, well, the people who stayed awake seemed to like it. Chloe says, dude, we should do a DSM show where we play STMT. I don't know all of those. Max says, yes, where we find a bar with a planetarian. Moses says, maybe Alaska. Oh, STMT was space, the majestic tapestry. And here's Safi. Are we going to get you to a show or what? Asks Chloe. Safi says, dude, I know it's been a busy month. And I never thought I'd describe a modern poetry intensive as kicking my ass, but here we are. Chloe says, that's what you get for trying to put your cosmic half-death nightmare journey into words and shit. I'm sticking to headbanging. Booking a show in Boise next month. I'll send you the date when we have it. Your ass better be there. Safi says, seriously, you rerouted your whole little tour just because of me? Wait, is she in Boise? I guess. Okay, I heard that in your Southern Belle voice and I did not like it. Safi says, seriously, thank you. I can't wait to see you both. Chloe writes, don't mention it and don't tell Max I want to blow her mind when you walk in. Journal. I think this could end up being my last journal entry for a while. I started trying to figure out what the fuck was going on in my mind. The answer was a whole lot crazier than I imagined, but also a lot more wonderful. It was Max all along, like a lighthouse across the ocean of time and space between us, guiding me home. And now we're together again, on the road, from adventure to adventure, the way it was always meant to be. Max is killing it as our tour photographer, and the socials are going wild for the backstage candids we've started posting after each gig. She seems truly at peace with being along for the ride, and I'm happier than I ever knew it was possible to be on the road. Which doesn't mean shit between us. Which doesn't mean shit between us will always be easy. How could it be? A bleeding heart artist traveling the country with a punk lifer and her merry band of lovable fuck-ups. Not exactly the recipe for a life of comfort and stability. Then there's the little question of Max's power. On a day-to-day basis, it's far from a major issue. I love that Max experiences the world differently than the rest of us. If anyone else had her powers, they'd probably turn into a monster, but for Max, it just makes her even more caring towards other people. It's what makes her truly amazing. But I do wonder what it means for the long term. When the next crisis comes along, the next fire, what happens to me if she has to jump into a photo again? I don't think she or Moses or anyone knows the answer to that, which is a little scary when I think about how fragile this reality might be. Still, this reality is too perfect to waste it by fretting about what could happen, so I won't. Peace out, journal. I'll come find you when I need you again, or if I'm really lucky, never. By the way, how many collectibles? Oh, none. Like, none. One inspired by Maya's book, and apparently I did do a sketch inspired by... That's why it said sketch. It was so odd that she turned over a record, and on the back it said sketch, and I was just like, oh, this seems sketchy. I had no idea what that meant. I was never looking for collectibles as her. I didn't know that she had collectibles until now. Until earlier this episode, I mean. Hold on, hopefully it's healthier than the bowling alley Thai food.
This spread is slightly less shitty than last time. Hope it doesn't give the band big heads.
Fewer roaches.
Since we left Caledon, it's been an absolute whirlwind. And everything I dreamed our life on the road together could be. This was when Max pioneered the mosh pit selfie. Somehow, she and her camera survived.
I don't have a good guess as to who these two people are. Like, you would think Bash and Izzy, but, like, from everything that we know about them, that doesn't look like the way that I'd pictured. No, we've seen drawings of Bash and Izzy. Well, at least Izzy. Yeah, nothing like that.
The band better get here soon. These guitars aren't going to smash themselves.
Probably just people that are fans of the band. Did I forever lose the chance to look at the merch? Okay.
It must have taken a lot of work to find a TV shitty enough for this room. Respect.
They're unloading the gear now, man. Chill.
Oi, they better be in love, or it's the right mess for you.
Did I fool you? Be honest.
Honestly, if I didn't know you since we were little kids, still no. How's your shoot going?
This is my favorite spot yet. The people, the stories, the life. You can practically feel it radiating from the walls.
Are you sure that's not just the spilled beer and puke stains?
It's part of it. How did I not come up with a dive bar series before? Nothing can make up for lost time, but getting to be with you, seeing your world along for the ride, it's amazing.
Well, I love getting to see it through your eyes. It always makes everything more magical.
Oh, before the band gets here, I need to get one of you alone. Wherever you want to stand. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, okay. Let's do the mirror.
You sure?
Yeah, it's only fitting.
A rare moment of Chloe letting her guard down. I'll treasure it forever. Ready to head in? I need to set up my tripod for the show.
Give me 2 minutes.
Of course.
Chloe, I miss you and Max both and can't wait to hear about life on the road. But this letter is about something more urgent. On the day of the fire, I took many measures to protect us and the school. Most of them failed, but one remains unresolved. I've always tried to help Max with her powers. But in that moment on the rooftop, with her photo in my pocket, I froze. The implications were too large. The questions too many. People died that day. Did all of them have to? I'm not sure anymore. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm not the one who should answer it. But I don't think Max is either. I think Max knows she cannot carry the burden of her powers alone, even if she desperately wishes she could spare the people she loves. Max's power is a gift, but it is also a trap. There are moments in time that she cannot let go of. The lighthouse, the overlook, and now maybe the fire. If Max knows the photo survived, I don't believe she will ever be able to let go. She will want to try again, to save more people, to stop the fire, if she knows. We understand Max's power now better than ever, but so much remains a mystery. If she goes back again, does she risk another storm? There is one more thing. What happens to this timeline when Max leaves it? What happens to you? I wish I could tell you. Chloe, I'm sorry to put this burden on you, but I know whatever you choose will be right for Max, whether she knows it or not. Your friend, Moses.
Thanks, Moses. Fuck. Of course, I trust Max more than anyone in the world. But maybe loving her means protecting her, even from herself? Or am I just saying that because I can't imagine losing her again?
Okay. This one feels really complicated. And I need to start talking about it. So, sometimes there's a sharp divide between what I think the character would do and what I would do. But this time there's a very sharp divide between what I would want to do. Like, if I was Max, I would want the photo. For all of the reasons that Moses just outlined. To go back and do it again. To save more people. How do we say to the families of the kids that died, to Miles Teller, to Vin's family, to all of the others. Jeanette was going to be in the master's program, and now she doesn't get to do that. Well, I did my best. Now it's time for me to move on. I have to accept that your death was just ordained by the universe. I did the very best that I could, but now I'm just going to move on. How do you say that? How do you not try again? And then there's everybody else that did survive. There's Moses, there's Safi, there's Chloe, and there is the very real possibility that additional changes to the timeline, which Max was doing, I think, much more liberally in the first game than now, could result in another storm, could result in something much worse, could involve the unraveling of Safi and Chloe and the merged timelines. I mean, who knows what other consequences it might have. So I'm not pushing this on to Chloe. I'm not saying, oh, I'm just going to do what I think Chloe would do and wash my hands of responsibility, which I never am doing that, but rather I try to do what feels narratively correct for the character. This time it's... I think that Moses makes an extremely potent point that the burden that Max carries is she never knows, she never really knows if it's something that she can stop, something that she can do something about. So that need to try, and the fact that she can try over and over and over again, that due to the nature of her power, there's no fail state. No, there's very few permanent fail states. And before I burn the photo, I just want to say that part of this comes from Max's journey so far, that I feel like the first Life is Strange game is an allegory for denial, that the entire story is about Max's denial that somebody died in the bathroom, somebody that she later comes to discover was Chloe Price, her best friend, and that the entire adventure is about her rebelling against the forces of reality, the forces of destiny that say Chloe's not allowed to be here. And it's denial, denial, denial. And at least in my playthrough, there were 2 points where she was forced to accept the limitations of her power. Actually, 3 now that I think about it. One was Kate Marsh, who did not survive my playthrough despite the fact that I tried very, very hard. The second is in the Alternaverse, when Chloe had been crippled and her life was going to come to an end, and she asked Max for help to do it on her own terms. And then the final one was there at the end of the game, which we've already talked about. I think that Moses makes an extremely potent point about Max not being able to let go. I think handing her this photo would be... it would really put her ability to accept it to the ultimate test. And now I have to make a final decision. I literally just said I was going to burn the photo. And as we've talked about it, wouldn't this Max, the person that I just described, who's been through those experiences, understand that some things can't be changed and that she does need to accept it? Isn't it better and healthier? Isn't it better and healthier for their relationship that Chloe trusts Max enough to give her the photo, that she will do the right thing, that she will understand that this is what it is? I think I've literally changed my mind while we've talked about it. I was absolutely going to burn the photo. I think that Chloe trusts Max enough, and I think that the version of Max that we've come to know will have that understanding. We're giving it to Max not because we want her to go back and try it again and to unravel this, but because I earnestly think that this version of Max has learned from her experiences and will have the strength to say, sometimes you have to accept it as it is.
What's wrong? I have to give you something. Moses. He had it all along. He sent it to me with a letter. Said I should decide what to do. Give it to you, or destroy it. Oh, I see. I know what this photo means. It's not just a chance to try again. It's an obligation. I can't be mad about it. It's what I love you for. Chloe. Just promise me you'll always find me. Maybe not me, but some version of me. Promise me she gets to be with you if I don't.
Hey, right now, the only thing that matters in the world to me is being here with you.
Okay. Good. Then let's go get set up so we can spend the rest of the night headbanging until we see stars.
Hella yes.
Forgive me if I truly was the one to blame. It got ugly, but I never stopped writing your name. Let's drink in the sun, 'cause who says this is the last time? Whatever comes, just remember that I tried. It's so cruel, I can't stop thinking, did I do this wrong? I don't want to, but the fates won't listen. Let it happen, let it go. Let it happen, let it go. Let it happen, let it. All I want is some kind of sweet release, you know. I'm fragile, and the more it stings, the more I know it's not gonna change. We're just fireflies if I truly was the one to blame. It got ugly, but I never stopped writing your name.
It always takes a moment to sort of like start to formulate some thoughts. I feel like I enjoyed this very much, and if that feels like it's a little bit hesitant, it's because I'll fully confess, right at the moment, I'm very much swept up in the emotion, and that montage, this is a franchise that's been with me for a while, and characters that's been around for over a decade now at this point, so they mean a lot to me, and that takes me back to something that I'm very, very glad now that there was an opportunity earlier in the playthrough to do a little epilogue where I got to talk about how well executed I feel like this has been in terms of my respecting my playthrough choices. I said at that time, if this had been a story told explicitly in the timeline where Chloe had survived and Arcadia Bay had been destroyed, I would have been very interested to have experienced that, and I would have judged it under those criteria, but it would have felt a little foreign, a little alienating. That would have been fine. When I say, like, respect my choices, it's less about, like, I demand that my version be the canonical one, and more about the effort that they went to make it feel like it was fully canon. I am right all the way through. Tell me Erica Mori was in this game? Erica Mori? Okay, it's fine. I'm going to take the volume down. Erica Mori played Ivy, who... wasn't that the fake Safi? I just assumed that was Safi's voice actor doing a southern accent. It's fine. Let's move on from that. That was just extremely distracting for a second. For anybody that doesn't know, Erica Mori played Alex Chen, which is why the name caught my eye. At every point in this playthrough, it felt like a full and complete commitment to the idea that Max had chosen to save Arcadia Bay, had come to that level of acceptance that Chloe Price could not be saved, that she was not going to be allowed to be there, and that Max made this impossibly difficult choice. And that just ran all the way through. I will be so curious now that this playthrough is done to see the other version of it, preferably through somebody else's playthrough, to see if it is as thorough a commitment to Chloe and Max did leave Arcadia Bay together. They had those years together, then they split apart, because I happen to know through sort of osmosis that people were not particularly happy with the way that Chloe's character was handled through the implied version of who she was in Double Exposure. Like, I heard that in social media she was palling around with Victoria Chase, for example, and I think that that was probably just leaving some kind words. I never looked into this. I just remember this as being a particularly contentious point, and for that reason, when I heard that this was going to be a story about Max and Chloe, I mentioned earlier that I was a little bit concerned that it would come across as cheap fan service, a radical and ill-conceived course correction to cater to the wishes of people who didn't feel like Chloe had been handled well in Double Exposure, and we'll just do a bunch of fan service to patch that over. That is simply not what we got, the fan service. I mean, like, there's fan service here, but what we got, I feel like, was a very thoughtfully considered story about, based on Max's powers and the way that they can be used and the way that they have been used here, what if there was the unintended consequence that Max herself was not even conscious of having done, where elements of another timeline were also woven in with the blending of the two Safi timelines. And here's Chloe. I will note that I personally feel like it would have been a little bit stronger if Chloe's feelings of alienation in this version were exacerbated by the fact that, like, she's not with the band. Like, the band doesn't know who she is. Like from her perspective, literally just one day, Drugstore Makeup has no idea who she is. And she's got the text messages on her phone, but now she's a total stranger to them. That Izzy and Bash and Marisol, they're still together, but there's somebody else there, or what if they were even more successful? And we don't need a lot of scenes. It could be something that Chloe talks about, but this is why she goes to see Max. It just me sort of spitballing that the fact that Chloe also brought in other elements of her timeline, like Drugstore Makeup, it just sort of like makes very hazy those divisions, but also we see that haziness with what happened at Caledon, that at least in the playthrough of Double Exposure that I did, Yasmin was thoroughly disgraced. Like, she was completely out. Her career was full on ruined. She was going to be lucky if she got a vice principal job at a public high school someplace. And I'm not trying to dump on vice principals. I'm saying that, like, from the president of the university, she was really going to have to scrape to get anywhere. But now she's at the Board of Regents. And that's explained in the story by this timeline amnesia where the further they got from Max's events of blending together the timelines, people's memories sort of became this crude amalgamation of different things, and some of it was lost in the blending, and that's why Yasmin is okay in terms of like her career and stuff in this version of events. So that's sort of how you get Chloe being here and also not having been here previously. I continue to have a very brief question about how in Chloe's version of events, Joyce was also alive. But again, that could be the blending of the timelines. Maybe the Chloe that we see here spent the better part of a decade with her mother dead, but now as she arrives in this timeline, because Arcadia Bay also survived, so did Joyce. And that was sort of blended together into Chloe, that, like, of course my mom is alive and she wasn't dead. As I said before, I don't know very much about the version where Arcadia Bay is destroyed. I just haven't seen very much of that, so I don't know as much about it. Then from there we get to the main story here. So I talked about it in greater length and greater detail. I just was so happy with how the reintegration of Chloe was handled. And there's some like kick to fit and some fudging, and it's all fine, because it got us to a plausible enough version of events that doesn't feel like cheap fan service, and so many great interactions. I adored the full conversation that we got between Max and Chloe the first morning that they wake up, and Chloe is still there, and Max has spent the entire night on the stairs because she doesn't want to take her eyes off of Chloe, which is both an understandable reaction to having this person that was so important suddenly just like there without explanation, like, am I dreaming? And also, from her perspective, the time that she does remember having with Chloe during that week, Chloe was in constant peril, so it would be a very natural reaction that I wouldn't want to take my eyes off of her. But then that next morning they have that full conversation, and I mentioned at the time that in Double Exposure they kind of yada-yada'd through a lot of the interactions between Safi and Max upon the revelation between the two of them that the other one has powers. You get like the end of that conversation and there's a lot covered, but the actual real what is going on, we don't get that. There can be some advantage to streamlining the conversation, but I just far prefer the version that we got here. It did feel like there was some feedback and the writers addressed the feedback and they went all the way through with it. So I really like that. Then we get into the story of this game, which I very much want to cover, because when I say this next thing, it's not a criticism. It's that I feel like... I'm sorry, was there a voice actor for Izzy at some point? We'll move on. We'll move on. It's just one of the credits that went by. The gamepad has not... Hold on, I want to make sure that we can see that... Hold on, I need to get this off the screen, because it's very important to show the credits. These people worked hard on this. Here's the story within the game that we get. Max Caulfield has this wonderful professional opportunity. She goes to New York City. She comes back. There's a massive fire. And while she's there, she sees signs of accelerant, like the gasoline and the funnels and stuff. And in what really worked for me, a very, very horrifying scene, she's just on the other side of these doors that are chained shut while the people inside are burning alive, and it's really awful. In terms of like a motivating event to get the story going, that worked for me extremely well. I also just want to note that at the end of Double Exposure, there was sort of like a weird tone in the room when they were confronting Lucas Colmenero, and I talked about that at the end of that game. Again, through a combination of sound effects and I think probably careful budgeting on when they had a live on-screen character, they just did a lot with sound design in this game. There's characters like the bar manager that confronts Chloe at the very beginning. You never see that person. There's other scenes where they're interacting with somebody just out of frame, and I think that they were probably saving money on the character modeling, the rigging, the animation, but you still know exactly what's going on, and in some cases it's more effective for the things that you don't see. They did a lot with less, I feel like, and part of that is you don't need to see the people burning alive to understand what's happening, and they just did a really great job with the sound design. There's an explosion at the observatory building. Max is knocked down, knocked back, stunned, dazed, and just says F it and goes back into this photograph because it's got to be better. She doesn't know this, like there's a lot of trepidation, but it's just got to be better than this. And if we were to start nitpicking the story, I mentioned at one point, I think, that when she was traveling back into photographs in the first game, they had boundaries, where it was sort of this bubble of reality from that time period that was then bordered by just blank whiteness. It felt like she was reaching the edges of the photograph, even though like she could always move around beyond just what was shown in the photo. Here, she travels back in time and is just fully back, and the whole rest of the story takes place having successfully traveled back in time. And if we really wanted to get why, let's really get into the nuts and bolts, we could pick that apart. I would just submit Max is older. She didn't have access to these powers for a long time. We have multiple points of evidence where the more that she uses her powers is like a muscle that starts to wear out and it can get worn down. Here, it's sort of been in hibernation for long enough that I'm willing to accept that there was this one major jump that she had all this energy stored up like a battery, and she could just actually propel herself all the way back, and here she is. So I'm not going to nitpick that. I'm fine with the fact that she goes all the way back. And then there's the central mystery of it, which was, how did the fire start? Where did it start? Who started it? And why? And my understanding at this phase, I think I've managed to piece together the fact that it was Ren. I have to say that in terms of misdirection, it's got to be one of the best ones that I've ever seen. Hold on, just in case. We are going to go through all of the choices. Fear not, we're going to go through all of them. I think I've been able to piece together the fact that it was Ren, and I was about to say that in terms of misdirection, I don't think that I would have ever suspected Ren. I sort of thought of him as being a tertiary character. He was never on my list of suspects. But when they had Amanda vouch for him, he's a really great kid. He's really nice. He needs to keep better company, but he's got a good heart. He helps me mop up around the snapping turtle. I talked about it at the time. I considered Amanda to be a very good... I just want to move the controller here a little bit. A good judge of character. She's a bartender. She talks with people all the time. I have a very high opinion of Amanda in general. So I was like, okay, you know what? She lives in this world. She's had more interactions with Ren than I have, where she just had a very negative first impression. So did Loretta once upon a time. So I will defer to her judgment. Oh my God. I regret not being smarter. If I had thought about it with the spray paint cans, I still think that I would have said, but this is a red herring. Lots of people have spray paint cans. What are the odds that Ren would have spray painted onto the side of the building there and then still had the spray paint cans in his... This is misdirection, and I'm being fooled, and it's surely not going to be Ren. He's simply not that much of a major character. But what I feel now is what made it such a smart choice is that in the real world, it tends to be the people that you don't suspect. It tends to be the people who... They do a good enough job covering. They're the ones that fall through the cracks, the ones that aren't seen, the ones where their dangers aren't recognized, at least not in time. And yes, there do tend to be warning signs, but it's very easy to, or at least very common, to not put together the pieces in time before something genuinely awful happens. And that's what we got with Ren. Somebody who seemed like a tool, seemed like a jerk, seemed like he was just getting yanked around at the whims of his friends, and there was no way for us to know that I can imagine that it was his father that had been the victim who had died there at Caledon. I mean, victim of self-harm, but victim of the event that was there nonetheless. Now that we have that additional piece of information, I just felt like it was very effective that for all of the evidence that I had collected, it was the person, not that I least suspected. I never thought it was Yasmin, for example, who was going to run burning people. I never thought it was Safi that was going to intentionally set the fire. I didn't think it was possible that some of her actions might have that unintended consequence, but I still wouldn't have ever fingered Safi as being the perpetrator. Still, I just didn't suspect Ren. I just didn't. And I do think that a lot of the signs are there, and in retrospect, it's like, oh, I can see that this dude was disaffected with school, that he was a loner, that he didn't have friends. Oh, and also just like he was like, oh, I would never want to be as violent as some of those people, which is, of course, exactly what you would say if you wanted to evade suspicion and be at least somewhat cognizant of the world around you, enough of a sociopath that you would understand how to play to people's expectations. I thought that was very effective. If there's people that did work it out early on their first playthrough with no additional information, they were smarter and more insightful than I was. That's where I was with that. This then leads to the last big mystery that I'm not sure at this moment if there was something that I missed with Vin, or if this was simply not knowable based on the information that I have, and if I had correctly followed the path towards Ren, then there would have been more interactions with Vin and we would know more about that. But based on the events that I have in front of me, we have an implication that Vin went to Abrax's house possibly with the intent of destroying the evidence or destroying the house itself, and the one and only motivation that I can think of is that he did it for Yasmin. They had a very close relationship in the first game. They were shown interacting in this game, and Vin was saying, boy, I never knew how good I had it, and now I'm complaining about the new boss to the old boss. Yasmin had been a very influential figure in Vin's life, and similar to what she's done for Max, was sort of a guidepost to help elevate him, put him on a brighter path. And I just want to say very quickly as an aside, remember when I said, oh, Yasmin, your implication that Max might lose her position at Caledon holds no weight because Max was fine before Caledon and she'll be fine after? Look at how well she's doing now with Chloe. Visiting dive bars, taking photographs of just people in these environments, which are every bit as valid as a prestigious university, and they're just living their life and having a good time and enjoying people's company and some bitch-ass music. Like, this is great, and Max is going to adapt. And that's what I meant when I said that. This is awesome for Max. Whether or not she goes back to Caledon in the future, in the past or the future, we'll see how that might turn out, I hope. When it comes to Vin, though, Vin might have said, Caledon is the one and only future that I have. I don't have a lot of memory if we ever know, like, what economic background Vin came from, what aspirations that he has, but it's easier for me to see that Vin might have taken some extreme risks to secure his future by way of Yasmin, based on the fact that he's already been willing to do things like throw Maya under a bus of public opinion by not just insinuating, but straight up saying that Maya Okada died because she suffered from severe mental problems, which Vin, I think, knew was not true. I don't think that Vin had any understanding about the plagiarism at that time, but I do think that he knew that it was him, Maya, and Safi. They were all really tight. He knew that that wasn't true. I guess he could be gaslit into believing that there were problems that he was not aware of. But let's not spin off into endless theories. I believe that Vin knew it was false when he released that public statement in Double Exposure. And once you're willing to compromise your morals a little bit, it becomes a lot easier to do it the second time. Well, why not go to Abrax's house? There's nobody there. Everybody's at the protest against Caledon. You would think that a lot of the Abraxas members would also be protesting because it's in support of keeping Abraxas house as it is. No one's going to be there. I'm Vin. I'm a pretty smart guy. I know how accelerants work. I'll take care of it. He doesn't necessarily know that the bones have already been removed. He'll just go there and he'll take care of Abraxas house himself because he's no longer the president. It's just a dusty old house filled with spirit Halloween decorations, and no one will be the wiser. And then something goes wrong and he winds up not surviving the encounter. It's also possible that he was there for totally unrelated reasons, and I'm actually okay with the fact that based on the choices that I made, I don't have all of those answers, because this is what we know. This is what Max knows. And sometimes life doesn't button itself up into a nice, neat package and then the credits roll. So that's my thing with Vin. Before we go through the choices and I start thinking about other things, there are other mysteries that have not yet been addressed, and most of them are from Double Exposure. A very quick rapid fire, because I don't want to spend our lives talking about a different game in the franchise, even if this is a direct sequel. In Double Exposure, Max was finding Polaroids around and openly talking about the fact that who could have taken this? Who left this here? This seems like something that I would have taken, but I didn't take this. It's an open point of conversation that there's a mystery here surrounding the Polaroids here, and that never got resolved to my knowledge in Double Exposure. We never find out about Diamond's power, whatever it might be. I do feel like that's being held for a possible additional game in this franchise. Fingers crossed. Will we get a Diamond Washington will return? I really hope so, but we'll take a look at that. And then there was at least a couple other things. Oh, like the snowflowers that sprouted up in the exact shape of Safi's death. The FBI agent that got erased from time and suddenly he never existed at all. I feel like there's a point at which I think that at a couple of points in Double Exposure, the writers put some things in with the expectation of maybe having them pay off later, and maybe are having a little bit of difficulty tying those back in, and maybe they're just hoping that people will move on. I'm pretty prepared to move on, and also just acknowledging that there were some things set up in Double Exposure that we don't yet have any explanation for. Maybe we will never get it, or maybe those are additional hooks that will be explained later on. I do think it's okay every once in a while to say, all right, we'll just agree to move on, to just say it's okay. It's not my favorite way to engage with fiction, but if they're going to tell a really engaging and, in my experience here, just emotionally evocative story, there's certain things that I'm willing to let go of. So that's my take on that. Oh, and I will say that in this game, I was surprised that we didn't get more Safi. I was surprised that we got as much Chloe as we did, because there's a lot of Chloe, including like you get to play as Chloe, and that we didn't have more Safi throughout the game, and a little disappointed. I would have liked to have more of her. That said, I don't know where they would have put that, because I do feel like we had a pretty tightly paced experience all the way through. I just would have liked to have seen more Safi, more Diamond, Gwen Hunter, and there was an implication at the end of Double Exposure that Safi was going to go find other people with powers. Some people had the extremely interesting read on that there was going to be like an Avengers story where all of them would come together and fight crime or something, which is, it's certainly an idea that you could have, but I didn't take it as anything other than opening the door for a possibility of a cameo by Alex Chen or Daniel or Chris. Remember Chris, the little kid? I don't remember his last name, but from Captain Spirit. Chris doesn't have powers, but to do some further cross-pollination between some of the different storylines that we've had, and we really didn't have that, which is not a disappointment, because I'm just going to say that although I might have expected that to happen, I'm not going to judge this game based on an imagination that I had about how things might have gone. I want to judge this game for what it actually is. And sometimes I'll see people judge a piece of media based on what they assumed it was going to be like, and then they criticize it because it's not that thing. Well, this was a completely different story, and I was just pleased as punch with what they decided to do instead. And I will just go on record as saying, yo, if you do get Alex Chen and Steph back in here at some point, Ryan from True Colors, I would love to see more of these characters come back, not in a cheap fan service way, but when it feels organic and worthwhile to do. Yeah, man, let's do it, because I would have loved to have seen a cameo from Alex Chen in here. I honestly thought that maybe right down to the end, and maybe we'll still get it, but right down at the end, it would have broken me in half if at some point, like, there was a knock on the door. Who's that? I don't know. They open it up and she says, just as she did at the end of True Colors, "Hi, I'm Alex Chen." It would have been so good. Now that I'm done imagining like my thoroughly embarrassing fan service version of the ending, let's go through some of the stories. You can tell how animated I am with this. I really liked it. Can I share one final thought before we go through choices? I had mentioned Deck 9 is very good at setting things up, but not all of their games have managed to stick the landing. It is conceivable that in the days and weeks and months to come, I will reassess. But for right now, in the hot moments after seeing the credits roll, I just really love this. It will take some time to weigh how I feel about this in relation to True Colors. I think True Colors still edges it out because that's a completely standalone, well, not completely standalone because you've got Steph in there, but it's very much like they had to set everything up and deliver within the one story, whereas this feels like the 3rd/4th part of an ongoing story, if you want to count Before the Storm. There's a lot. That said, it's very impressive to me how well they were able to manage the baggage that they were bringing in from those previous games, and they made something that felt to me completely organic, very considered, very thought out, and I think they really delivered on it. So, which is better? I don't think I need to make that call right now, but they have once again produced a game from the Life is Strange franchise that I'm very enthusiastic about, and fingers crossed that as we reach the end of these choices, we will get some sort of promise for an additional game in the franchise. That said, let's read through. Safi. 81% Safi found the courage to keep on living. 19% Safi let herself disappear at the overlight. This informs me that there was space for another painting there for somebody that did not survive the fire. I think it was the one and only one that did survive that could have been lost. That's Safi. Chloe was able to talk Safi down and convince her that her mother and friends cared about her. There was at least one in there that I was really on the bubble for about what to say. And in the end, I figured that the implication that your mother cares that you can do better or whatever. I don't know if that was the right decision, but I felt like the gentle implication that there was something wrong was preferable in service to, and your mother cares about you, your family cares about you, your friends care about you. That's what I was hoping to get through to her, and when I was saying earlier, I would have liked to have seen more Safi, they did a really good job of explaining why we don't get more of her, why she's operating from the shadows. It's ultimately not nefarious. It's Diamond says in the phone call at the end there that Safi feels like her powers are a trap or a cage. What's interesting is that from what I've observed from Safi, I feel like her powers offer her a sense of freedom from being herself. And I think that Safi Llewellyn Fayyad doesn't like herself very much at all. And I think that we see signs of that when she not only was Ivy for a while, but then she started being Ivy all of the time. The fact that her powers were born out of her desire to just be anybody other than the person that she is, I think she's very, very uncomfortable with her own identity and her own skin, and that where her powers might be a trap or a cage or whatever exactly it was that Diamond explained it as, and Diamond knows her better than I do, what I heard was she really struggles with the idea that her ability, her special power that sets her apart from everybody else, is her ability to be everybody else, and that maybe she's better off that way, better off not having an identity of her own because who she is isn't very good. And yeah, if I can push back against that, because I think that Safi's a very interesting character to me. I really like the way that she's written. She's very complicated. The fact that she is willing to do bad things in the name of good it's a tight rope to walk, and I feel like they've continued to do it well. I hope that they're able to continue doing that, because it's a complicated role to fill. Somebody who can be both an antagonist but also be motivated by understandable positive intentions that she's willing to do some very dark things in order to accomplish. Loretta, 94% survived the fire. Loretta didn't perish in the fire at the admin building. Interesting that was a possibility. I'm glad that she is alive. Again, Loretta, I said at one point, Loretta's really good at making a good second impression, and that was true here. If I had one more piece of feedback about the game and its production values, it would have been nice if Loretta wasn't dressed for winter here in we're in like September-ish. It was thoroughly established at one point. Small detail, but we really still have Loretta dressed as she was in the first game. Hey, listen, if you have a limited budget for character designs and rigging and animation, sometimes you make do with what you've got. Not a complaint. Maybe in another future game we will have Loretta less hat is all. Owen, 32% lost in the fire. Owen perished in the fire. He gave his life to save students in the burning admin building. It's a small detail, but I really do appreciate it when fiction presents bad and dislikable people as not being like just complete Skeletor villains. And I don't know that Owen was an especially complicated person in the way that Safi tends to be, but I do appreciate that, as Max put it so eloquently, when it came down to it, his heart was in the right place. I was very impressed, because I'm going to say it true. I don't know that I would be able to charge into a burning building. I just don't know that I'd be of any help to get kids out. And he did. I mean, he did bring some out, they said. So, yeah, Owen, not my favorite person, but not an awful, irredeemable gas bag either. It also, and I said this on a couple of occasions, he wasn't looking to he wasn't some vulture capitalist that was coming in to monetize the hell out of Caledon, turn it into an AI-first initiative, chase out all the students and raise tuition prices so that he could cash out. He wanted to turn it into a science institute as opposed to a liberal arts institute. He still cared about education. It was just a vision of education that was broadly incompatible with one that would welcome someone like Max Caulfield. So he feels very antagonistic, but he's not a monster. And that's what I liked about Owen. Noelle, 31% lost in the fire. Noelle perished in the observatory. She couldn't breathe in the fire and gave her life to save students. If I hadn't found that mask, I would have... I just assumed when the custodian was like, go get the valves, that I went in that direction. I literally thought to myself, well, he's going to go in there. There's not going to be anything. I honestly thought that if I went up there would be like Max would bounce off an invisible wall and say, oh no, like I need to go turn on the valves. I should have checked there first. I would have given her the mask. That was one of those twists of fates that tends to happen. Could I have rewound far enough to give Noelle the mask after I found it? Possibly. Because it's not actually based on minutes past, but rather like what's doable within the scene, but it never even occurred to me to try. Jeanette, 43% lost in the fire. Boy, feels really great that I'm on the losing end of so many of these. Jeanette perished in the observatory. Max wasn't able to let anybody know that Max was in the building. I didn't know that she was in the observatory. This must have been a completely different version of events because I didn't know that she was in the observatory, and I can't imagine who I would have told about it. I bet that there's a different version where Max has more information because she successfully identifies who the arsonist is, but that's just my guess. Anthony the Poet, 11% lost in the fire. Can I just go back very quickly? Is that our lowest? No, Loretta was actually lower. Yeah. Here's Anthony the Poet, 11% lost in the fire. Max wasn't able to help him escape the atrium. I don't know what I was supposed to do. I would have wanted to save all of them, but this is the results that we got. And then Vin, 46% lost in the fire. Vin died in the Abraxcast fire. Max never learned why he was there. Very true. And I think it's okay. The thing that I really like about the way that this has gone down is I'm not happy with the ending that I got, but I am happy that it's an ending that I could get. The game said early on, it's up to you now. You have to find the clues. You need to put it together. You need to figure it out. It meant what it said. It wasn't just, here's your overall mission statement. You're going to be asked to make some calls based on what you come up with, and I didn't come up with the correct things. I wanted to. I tried really hard. I wasn't successful, and we got an ending that reflects that. And it doesn't feel like an oh, you lost. It feels like a thoroughly realized version where Max was not as successful as she wanted to be. And so we saved some and not everybody. And for my version of Max Caulfield, that's a life lesson that she's learned now multiple times. Let's go over to fire starters. 32%, you failed to stop the admin building fire. Apparently, the 2/3 were able to stop that. Chloe was unable to stop the fire that was started at the admin building. Probably had to do with her identifying the correct person based on the spray paint graffiti. Abraxcast house fire. I failed to stop the Abraxcast house fire. Max was unable to stop the fire that was started at the Abraxcast house. I feel like the implication there is that... So I do feel like I know how I was supposed to work out that it was Ren. I do not know at this moment how I was supposed to work out that it was Vin. We know that he pulled the blueprints, so he was aware of a secret room, but as far as I know, that was because he was asked by either Yasmin or Miles, right? Miles, Owen, I'm so sorry, I don't know why you call him Miles now. Yasmin, Owen, or Safi in one of their shapes to go get that. At this point, I do believe it was one of the two of them, but I don't know how I would have connected the dot from that to be Vin was the one that set the house fire or was involved in the house fire, except that he was the only other named character that we know would have known about the secret room. And even that is assuming that he would have looked at the blueprints that he had gotten and put those pieces together, which he's a very smart person. I just wasn't assuming that he had all of the information or the motivation to be looking into it that deeply. I sort of felt like his immediate superior / friend in Yasmin asked him to go get this, and he did it. I sort of was thinking about it along those lines. Observatory fire. 45% wasn't able to learn the truth about the observatory fire. 55% did learn the source of it. The fire reached and destroyed the observatory. I didn't realize that was still a point of mystery, to be honest. There was some explosive, but I just thought that that was from Ren or spread from the other buildings. I guess there was more to learn there, which I did not know. Relationships. 11% Chloe and Max are more than friends, 13% was they remain best friends, and 76% Chloe and Max rekindle their relationship. I am earnestly surprised that it's that far weighted into rekindle their relationship. I know that Chloe Price surviving Arcadia Bay and that they're having a relationship from there was a very, very... Oh, but then again, it's not simply whether or not Chloe survived Arcadia Bay, it's whether or not they were romantically involved, and that was always very popular, so that's where that's coming from. Yeah, apparently I'm in the extreme minority that did not pursue a romantic relationship in high school, but now did, and you guys heard that evolution happen in real time, because when it was in the canoe, I was saying, I think that Max still has very strong feelings for Amanda. I feel like she's pro-Amanda. Chloe and Max have always been friends, but at that moment on the observatory stairs, there was just no other way it could go. I realized that from Max and Chloe's perspective, maybe the fact that there was a spark there that they didn't act on in high school, and then they had these adventures on the road that ultimately drove them apart. There was this schism that Chloe remembered, Max does not. Maybe it was the romance. Maybe it was the fact that they hadn't then taken that next step. And from there, it was an easy choice. So, yeah, there we go. Safi and Max. 81% Safi feels confidence that she can fix herself thanks to Max and Chloe. Well, it's something to feel good about after all of that darkness. 8% Safi died thinking Max didn't care about her. 11% Safi died without making amends with Max. Interesting that those are separate ideas. It's at least one thing that I did manage to navigate in the way that I had intended, that I don't think that Safi is beyond repair. And repair does sound like broken, but Safi's in a really dark place. She can come back from it, and it's going to involve trusting in her friends that they do care about her. For all the shape-shifting, they do see her for who she is, and they recognize her value, even if she cannot see it in herself. And I'm glad that we were able to communicate that to her. Moses and Chloe, 42%. Moses feels like a friend to Chloe and relates to her. 58%. Interesting. Moses feels acquainted with Chloe. I just felt like the two of them hit it off immediately. Like Chloe immediately recognized all of the anime references and the samurai. I don't remember if she had a comment on Mana Massive, but they just felt like they immediately had some points in common. I personally do not remember Chloe being super into astronomy or outer space themed stuff, but apparently she is. It just doesn't remember. So I never made any particular choices that I can remember for them to be friends, but it felt, again, as with so many things, so natural. I didn't realize that we were building a relationship. I sort of thought that friendship was preordained. Amanda and Max. 89% Amanda decided to stay friends with Max. 11% Amanda continues to have romantic feelings for Max. I wonder, can we just scroll back to that 89%? More than friends. So yeah, 11 plus 76 gets awfully close to 89%, and with a little bit of variance for other individual choices, it could just be that that's where we wound up. I mentioned earlier in this section that I understood them to be broken up. I was thinking that maybe they might get back together. This is some confirmation that maybe that was at least gonna be on the table if Max didn't get more romantic with Chloe, but in the end, I feel like that chapter has now closed, and now it's Max and Chloe. Vin and Max. Max was not able to help Vin. 54% was Vin was grateful to Max for giving him a second chance. There's a whole ass scene that I don't have awareness of, and I'm good with that. I like the fact that this game is big enough that you don't get to see everything, and if nothing else, my version of events is going to be the one that I experience, and hopefully you guys will be able to see it as well. I'm getting the sense that it might be different from a lot of people's. Major choices. Max, expose Safi or stay quiet. We expose Safi. I talked a lot about this at the time. I don't think that that was what episode 1 stuff. I will just again reiterate that I have some pretty sharp differences with Yasmin in the way that she handled the Maya Okada situation, and I still have very mixed feelings about what she did during this story here. Setting all of that aside, I was faced with a mother who was very concerned for the safety and well-being of her daughter, having just, again, what she remembers versus not might be a little bit murky, but she was shot by that same daughter. That same daughter then went underground, went missing, and stopped responding to text messages, and she was really concerned for her. It was just very difficult for me to preserve Safi's privacy, given that I was not feeling entirely comfortable with Safi's sort of mental state and like level of stability, and her mother is worried about her. I think that Safi has good reason to feel mistrustful towards her mother, and it's still just really difficult to leave Yasmin in a situation where she doesn't know. Max admitted to Yasmin that she'd seen Safi. Yasmin was thrilled, but then didn't stop badgering Safi, who became furious with Max. Safi can be furious with Max. Like, that's just gonna be how it is. It just is. It's a price that I'm willing to pay. I'm not trying to narc on her, but to just say I did see Safi and she is okay, that's a choice that I made. Noelle, convince Noelle that you're a prospective student. Oh boy, did I biff this. And we've again already talked about this, but I just did not put together the fact that Chloe would have recognized the astronomy program and said that she was there for astronomy stuff. Chloe was not able to convince Noelle that she should be allowed on campus. Noelle banned her, put up posters warning people about her, and was wary of Chloe during the protests and the fire. Max, give Noelle Max's name or not. 26% gave a made-up name. Of course, absolutely. Especially with what went through, Chloe Price was not going to narc on Max. Not if they were lovers, not if they were best friends. Chloe would never give up the name of an actual person, a well-wisher and associate, to the authorities. Never, ever, ever. I am shocked at the 74%. This is the first point where I'm like, how dare you, 74%? You are factually wrong on this. Chloe gave Noelle a made-up name. Noelle wasn't fully convinced, but keeping Chloe's association with Max a secret proved useful in learning more. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how. It just, Chloe would not. The way that Chloe is that she is prepared to be in trouble with the authorities, but she's not going to get somebody else in trouble with the authorities. She's not going to turn somebody in. She's not going to have them subject to additional scrutiny, and she's not going to betray a friend's trust like that. And I feel like that's not something that she would do. Max, tell Safi about the fire or refuse. Told Safi about the fire. Max told Safi about the fire. Sorry, 92% did. Safi apologized for confronting her and then tried to help Max learn more about the fire throughout the weekend. I am not surprised that was the majority choice. I said it at the time. Safi is either here to set the fire, which doesn't feel very much like what we know about Safi, or she will be an additional set of eyes and ears, and one that's able to operate undercover and get a lot more information than Safi or Chloe might on their own. So, asked and answered, that's why we did that. No regrets on that. Joey, convince Joey that you're part of the protest. 93% convinced Joey. Yeah, he was not difficult to convince. Whether it was the green hair or the tattoos or the piercings, he was very willing to believe that Chloe was counterculture against Caledon. Chloe was able to convince Joey that she was a part of the protest. Joey trusted Chloe with information that was paramount to stopping the fire. Did he? Oh, no. It was really, really bad about making use of that information then. Max, kiss or hold hands with Chloe. 17% held hands with Chloe. Max and Chloe held hands on Lake Champlain. I have one additional observation about this quickly. It is very common, and this was a big thing in Before the Storm for me, that in a narrative game, if you don't take advantage of the very first opportunity to pursue a relationship, the video game seems to assume, oh, okay, so it's purely platonic forever. Where, especially in Before the Storm, I firmly believed that there was going to be some additional options down the road to develop things in a little bit more of a gradual way, and was a little surprised when I felt like that door was closed very early on. In my head, Chloe was really just sort of awakening to the idea, because she was in a relationship with John Hamhands, whatever that dude's name was. She was just coming around to the idea that she might be interested in girls. And here's Rachel Amber that just seems, in the high school context, very glamorous, very talented, super popular. And for Chloe to have pursued a romantic relationship right away, it just didn't feel very natural to me. I just wanted to now circle back around to this game to say, I love the fact that this game understood that maybe on the canoe wasn't the right moment, but later on was, and it felt perfect. And I'm so happy that that came back around. It didn't feel like it was pushing for that, but rather than just saying, there's been more events, they've spent more time together. How do you feel about it? Quick temperature check on that. And yeah, it felt exactly right. Distract or attack the intruder in the basement. I am surprised that it's as low as 51% to attack the intruder. Just like Chloe would not expose a friend's name over to the authorities. Somebody's attacking in a menacing way. Chloe's going to attack that shit head on. Like she's immediately like, I thought that she was going to pick up the sledgehammer and hobble that dude. I really thought that it was going to be more than just a shove onto the ground. Chloe attacked the intruder in the basement to save Reggie and made them drop an important piece of evidence in the process. Was that the sledgehammer then, or the mask? I think it was the sledgehammer, because yeah, he kept the mask on the whole time. Distract was the other option there. Max, tell Chloe about her death or hold back. 87% told Chloe about her death during the fire. Max told Chloe the truth, tanking her mood and optimism. She approached the oncoming danger with macabre humor and a darker perspective. I mentioned this at the time, and this is also, I didn't say as much about this. It's also why Chloe gave the photograph to Max. If the two of them are going to have anything resembling a relationship, romantic or otherwise, they have to be straight with each other. They have to trust each other. I wasn't originally going to turn over the photograph because I felt that it was going to be bad for Max's mental health and well-being. And then I realized how I would feel if I had friends that like protected me in that way, protect in quotations. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to have people mislead and keep things from you. That's the same courtesy, the same respect that Max showed to Chloe by being upfront with her. What did you see? You died in the fire. You were here, and you didn't survive. So the 13% did not tell Chloe. I'm a little bit surprised, because I could absolutely see the argument for not sharing that information. What difference does it make? We're not in that timeline. Why frighten her? Instead, it felt like not only warning her about a possible and even likely outcome, but it just felt right to not keep secrets and to not mislead through omission. Chloe, hug or kiss Max. 87% kissed Max. Yeah, this was a lot of people go for the romance, and I have to say I'm really glad that we found a very natural feeling, organic way to get there. In my headcanon, I really want them in a relationship if we get to see these two crazy kids again. Young adults, really, but Chloe and Max kissed before parting ways on the day of the fire. Their relationship was blooming again, even in the face of terrible uncertainty. Ren. Pressure Ren into giving up info. 49% failed to pressure Ren. Chloe wasn't able to learn what Ren was hiding. It didn't, I remembered missing that, but it really didn't occur to me that maybe winning that would have been a thing. I feel very strongly that it was as simple as saying, I'm going to go tell Amanda. At this exact moment, I'm not sure why that would have been the thing that leveraged Ren into giving something up, because did he actually care for Amanda? Did he care about anything? I at this moment kind of feel like that dude was just an irredeemable sociopath, but his sense of self-satisfaction, his total lack of remorse as he was hearing the screams of people, just very low opinion of Ren. Chloe, who did Chloe suspect? 21% suspected Joey, 65% suspected Ren, and 14% suspected Lucas. I just never saw Lucas as being either crazy enough or charismatic enough to inspire others to do the crazy. Joey's increasing appetite for chaos put Chloe on edge, leading her to suspect him. Unfortunately, he wasn't the source of the fire. Who did Max suspect? 17% suspected Owen, 70% suspected Vin. I really missed something on Vin. Like, I really missed something on Vin. I don't know what it was, which I have to say I'm delighted in. I really tried to be as thorough as possible, and I missed something. The game outsmarted me. Max suspected Safi, and 3% Max suspected Reggie. Yeah, those 3% are on something, because Reggie does have like some high intensity to him, but it just I was in the heavy minority, but at least the highest one of the minority. Owen's brash nature and ambition roused Max's suspicion, but at the end, he wasn't the source of the fire. I was really focused on who took the bones and to what end. And I was thinking that at most, Owen might have gotten the bones away, and then if there was a fire at Abraxcast house, well, there was always a fire in Abraxcast house, but to what extent that happened was him covering up evidence so that he could hold the bones over Yasmin's head and then have that, and it was dead wrong, completely wrong on all fronts. Chloe, give photo to Max or destroy it. Interesting. 53% destroyed the photo. I'm with the 47% that gave the photo to Max. I've already talked about this at some length, including when we did it. Chloe gave Max the photo and let her make the decision. I don't have anything new to say about that. I am only surprised that it is so close and that the majority did not share it with Max. I think there's a very, very, very strong case to be made that Chloe Price would not give it to her, would, both for her own sake and for the sake of Max, want to destroy it. I feel like that feels very Chloe. It really does feel like something that she would do. And in that moment, I felt like I like a version of Chloe that is thinking, again, in my version of Chloe, she asked Max to save Arcadia Bay at her own expense, and Max did so. I'm sort of thinking about that even if this winds up unwinding Chloe Price from existence again, the version of Chloe that I knew already made that call, that is something that she would do, and that she loves and trusts Max enough to give her the photo. I think that there's a strong case to be made the other way. Let's hit continue and see if we get anything more. I don't know if okay. It's advancing on its own. I don't know how to parse all of that. I feel like it's implied there that the two of them spent some time. Then you see Chloe alone on the bed, and what appears to be like a flash of light or something happening. It could just be like sun coming in from the window, but she's very much alone. Then it's Max holding the photograph, and then Max and Chloe embracing, but the background is very like frosted glass, so it's just a little bit difficult to discern when or how that is. But I do feel like the implication there is that Max did go back and try to redo it. That is simultaneously not what I would have hoped for her, and also absolutely understandable. because I said it when I was thinking about destroying the photograph. How would you ever not go back with the additional knowledge that you have and try to save more people? Why does the poet, why does Jeanette, why does Noelle, they don't get to survive simply because you weren't good enough and smart enough and you didn't put it together, but now you are and you can do it? What if there's other consequences? And what if there's not other consequences? What if next time is the time that it comes out perfect? The very sad thing about that is the image of Chloe on the bed and what Moses said in the letter. What happens to this timeline when Max leaves it? And I think it's one of the things that we just don't know here at the end. Hey everybody, it's Angel from really just a few minutes after we just finished this recording, because it occurred to me that there was a very important element that I did not talk about elsewhere in the summation, and that's what Chloe Price is going through in this story. Right from the very beginning, it kicks off with Chloe being alone in this dive bar, and she's on the phone with somebody who you later understand to be Izzy or somebody else who's in the band, and then the bar manager comes up and they're pounding on the door and, hey, you guys are late, when you're going to be out. And then once those two things are resolved, right in that moment, Chloe is feeling very overwhelmed. She's feeling super stressed out about it. But here is a moment that is just to herself, just where she can be alone. And in the same exact style of moment where we've seen in other Life is Strange games that Max or Alex Chen, Sean might sit down and draw, they're going to have a few moments where they can just sort of relax and breathe, and sometimes you'll get their internal monologue about how they're feeling about where things are and what they plan to do next, and they sort of get this, just a breath to emotionally reset. But what happens for Chloe is she gets sort of mesmerized by the mirror, but her focus isn't on her own face, it's like on her own shoulder or something, and I wasn't sure exactly what we were seeing there at the moment, but it reminded me of some of the camera work in the movie Insomnia, which I'll say nothing about except that it did a better job of communicating through the camera work what it's like to be very, very tired and yet unable to rest. Your eyes start to get mesmerized on the oddest things, rain on the window, the windshield wiper moving back and forth. For Chloe, she looks into the mirror and the focus is not on her own face, but like this random spot on her jacket seems to be what the camera is focused in on. And then she falls over backwards, tumbles against the coffee table falls over, but Chloe falls into a completely different place. A place that has elements of Blackwell Academy, Max's fireplace, which she doesn't recognize, and a pathway up to a lighthouse that she definitely recognizes. The pathway is one that we'll know from Caledon. These various elements of reality, some of which is totally incomprehensible to her, and other things that represent some of the darkest moments of Chloe Price's life, are all here. And then when she comes back to the bar, it's like she never left, except that the coffee table is knocked over. Chloe Price fell against it, but didn't actually fall down. I didn't think that we would ever get clarity on that. And then here comes Moses, as with so many things. Another thing that I forgot to talk about is how great Moses was in terms of trying to apply scientific rigor to what's going on here. Here comes Chloe in his laboratory, and he says to her, Chloe, you disappeared, like you physically were not existing for 3 seconds, and then you came back. And I think he even specifies that she was over next to the counter, like she had actually physically moved a short distance. It opens up this aspect to Chloe's character. It's a heavy motivator for why she wants to go see Max again after all of these years. If Chloe had just sort of like turned up, I think it would have felt really cheap, really random, like fan service. But here, the motivating fact is Chloe is not supposed to be here, and she knows it. I don't want to say that she's very much aware of it, but she can sense it somewhere deep down that she's not where she's supposed to be, and life is not the way that it's supposed to be. Of all things, and I know that this might be a deep cut for some, if anybody remembers the episode Yesterday's Enterprise, it's a Star Trek thing, but don't worry, we won't get too deep into it. Let's just say that history changes, and one person on the crew, played by Whoopi Goldberg there, Guinan, is aware of it. She's not sure exactly what, but suddenly it's not right. It's not the way that it should be. And people that she knows are very different, and she's even close friends with somebody that she's very sure she never knew at all. They talk about this a little bit in that episode. Chloe Price is able to show us this yawning existential dread that it's not someday I might not exist. It's right now I'm not sure that I exist. And there's so many little moments where this creeps out in the dialogue where she'll say to Max, I remember my life and I'm not sure who that happened to anymore. It was just a very effective emotional journey that we got to see from Chloe, where as much as Max is going through with trying to stop the fire, and as much as it's implied that Safi is going through, we actually do get a lot from Chloe about what it's like to feel like you don't belong anywhere and to have this increasing certainty that you don't belong anywhere. I do feel like this was actually an incredibly smart way for the writers of the game to acknowledge to those of us who maybe made the choice to save Arcadia Bay in the first game, we understand that in your reality, Chloe was not here, but now we have a new story to share about her, and the story is about how Chloe doesn't belong here. I just thought that was really, really smartly handled, and if you, like me, has ever had these moments of existential uncertainty and like just contemplating your own mortality, it was just really, really well done. And it's another example of something that I talk about here where I just thought that Rihanna DeVries did a very, very good job with the performance. And I said earlier, like, congratulations to Hannah Tell on being able to continue being Max. I just wanted to say congratulations to the creators of this game. I feel like this game was really made by people who, they love working in this universe, they loved working with these characters, and that's why at the end when I say, man, it would have been great to have more of Safi, I feel like here at the end, with everything that we just talked about with Chloe Price, it was no different for Safi. Now I think that we have a very clear idea on what she was going through, what brought her back to Caledon, why she spent so much time being Ivy instead of herself. Remember, I think it was Diamond said, yeah, she started being Ivy here and there, but then she just never stopped being this other person. I feel like she's always been a little bit uncomfortable in her own skin. She's always been uncomfortable with who she is. I still think that's a big part of it, but with Ivy specifically, I think that Safi felt so disconnected and unmoored that where Chloe just has no powers and just sort of has to gut through it, with Safi, I feel like she found some solace in being someone else for a while, and only over the course of a period of time, multiple weeks, maybe multiple months, realized that's not the solution, that she still feels herself slipping away. So yeah, I talked earlier about how much I enjoyed the mystery of the game and the re-exploration of Max's powers and the way that Chloe was reintegrated into the story, but I hadn't really talked about Chloe's plot specifically and what she's going through and how well handled I thought that was. So there we go, just wanted to throw that back in, and now we're on with the rest of the recap. Talking through it, examining the choices, thinking back on it at this moment, I really loved it. I ended Before the Storm with some elaborate and not especially kind things to say about the direction that the story had taken and the technical state of the remastered edition. I want to share a clear-eyed view of how I feel about how things have gone and what the experience was like overall. For True Colors, I love that game all the way through and would still look at, like, I think it was chapter 4 just came in a little bit short. Like, it just felt like, boy, this is much more abbreviated compared to some of the others. That said, I think that chapter 4 might have also been where they did the big LARPing session, which was so good. It was so good. Alex Chen is such a great character to me. That's True Colors. And then Double Exposure had such a strong start. It was so good through those first 3 episodes, and I talked about it at the time, but episode 4 really felt like they made do with what they had, which was a fraction of the time and budget that they needed, and then in episode 5 it just sort of like wrapped up real quick. Here, I said at the end of the previous episode, I really hope that they're able to stick the landing, and they absolutely did. And I just have one additional thought here, which is complicated to go through, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. Congratulations again to Hannah Tell. Hannah Tell is the main voice actor for Max. She's given a number of interviews where she talked about what an important role, how much it meant to her to play Max Caulfield, how heartened she is by the reaction of fans, and how enthusiastic she was to get to revisit this role. I hope that in getting to do Double Exposure and now this game, that it has been completely fulfilling for her, and there's been everything that she hoped for, because she seems like a lovely person. I wish her the best, and I'm very happy on her behalf that she got to return to this role. And if we're very, very lucky, maybe another one. Who knows anything about the games industry, but she's great. When it comes to, and if I mispronounce the name, I've simply never heard it said aloud, Rihanna DeVries is what I'll go with. If it's Rihanna DeVries or something, I apologize. We'll go with Rihanna. For Rihanna, she stepped into a very non-optimal situation where Before the Storm was originally co-written with Ashley Birch, who was the original voice actor for Chloe. Ashley had every intent of reprising that role, and then with the Voice Actors Guild strike, was not able to participate in it. She chose to stand with her union, to stand with her fellow voice actors, and to honor the strike and to not participate in the creation of the game. And this put the creators at Deck 9 into a very, very bad situation. They were very likely faced with the choices between don't make the game at all ever, or bring in non-union voice actors to fill in those roles. And they went with that second one because, it's realistically from their perspective, Square Enix or whoever was simply not going to pay a team of developers to not finish a game until the voice actors strike was done. So I feel like the developers did the best that they could. It has still been difficult for me to work around my feelings about scab labor, that there was somebody who was willing to say, oh, your chosen union voice actor won't do it because they're honoring the labor sacrifice of their fellow union members. Well, I'll do it. The thing is, that's not really my role. I can talk about it from the perspective of wanting to support unions, and also I wasn't there. I'm not part of this story. This is a tale that's told between Deck 9, Square Enix, Ashley Birch, Rihanna DeVries, and whoever else was involved in it. So I have complicated feelings about how it all went down, and where it ends today is whatever has happened in the past. Today, I think it's fair to say that the role of Chloe Price belongs to Rihanna DeVries. She played Chloe in Before the Storm, and she's done voiceover work in True Colors, and I think in Double Exposure, I think that there's a version in Double Exposure where you get voiceover or something from Chloe. She's played Chloe now for a long time, and coming into this game, believe me that this gets better in a second. At the very beginning, when they were doing the previously on Life is Strange and Max and Chloe are doing their voiceovers about the events of the first game, I thought the voice actor for Chloe was real rough. I was listening to it and being like, oh boy, this doesn't even sound like Before the Storm Chloe. I don't know what they're going for here, but this is kind of a rough delivery. And then over the course of that prologue sequence, basically, where Chloe's coming in and then she's going into the horrible place and climbing to the lighthouse, just very quickly, it felt more and more natural. And from that point forward, I just thought that it was a great presentation. I will not spend any moments opining on whether or not what Ashley Birch might have brought to it instead. I think at this point it's similar to William Shatner was Captain Kirk, and then Chris Pine was Captain Kirk, and now I just don't remember his name, but in Strange New Worlds they've got a new guy. It's Paul Wesley, maybe? It doesn't matter who it is, but different people can play the same role. They can have their own interpretation on it, and it doesn't take anything away from the previous actors to say that the current one is very good. The current Chloe Price is very good. I think that Rihanna DeVries does a great job with this role. I was very impressed by her performance, and she really won me over on a project that I was prepared to say here, yeah, they should have gotten Ashley Birch. And instead, I think I'm prepared to say that she did an excellent job, and I really enjoyed her performance in this. So I wanted to go through that to explain that was a steep hill to climb. I don't know that she or anybody gives a crap about my personal opinion on it, but maybe hearing that this performance did win over somebody who was not initially very inclined to feel favorable to it, maybe that means something. Maybe it means something. The rest of them are fantastic. Just so good. If anybody replaced their voice actor, I don't know. The one person that I kind of suspected was Vin, just because he did sound like he was so much more downbeat. But then again, there weren't a lot of interactions with him. Everybody else, like, bro, the guy that plays Moses was so good. I said before, I don't remember him being funny, but he was also still Moses. It didn't feel like it was like a different character, like differently written. It just felt like both the writers and the actor were more comfortable with this guy now. But Reggie, Loretta, Yasmin, Owen, you don't get a lot of Owen, but he did a great job. The incidental characters like Noelle, Amanda, it was so good. And Safi, that's one of the reasons that I was a little bit surprised that we didn't get more Safi, because Safi's vocal performance in Double Exposure was really good. And I was like, well, if they're going to bring back, and forgive me for not knowing every single name, if they're going to bring her back, like, you'd want to have a lot of her, and then we just didn't ultimately. So just big congratulations to the voice cast. The only thing that would have put it over the top would have been a button at the end. Hi, I'm Alex Chen. I would have been bawling, because I'm such a fan of that character. I very much hope that we get to have some more Erica Mori, and not in a bit part playing Ivy, but some more Alex Chen, and some more Steph Gingrich, please. What's her name? Katie Benz? Yes, more of that, please. And that's it. That is... I will spend the next 3 weeks thinking of all the things that I did not say, but we are going to call it here. That was a big outro for a big game that I wind up feeling very, very enthusiastic about. And that is the end. That is all of the Life is Strange that exists at this moment. And if we are very, very lucky, maybe we will reconvene in a few years and have some more adventures in this franchise that I just adore so much. Thank you guys so much for joining for this most recent playthrough of Life is Strange Reunion, and we will catch you in the next one.